The old fire towers of the Appalachian Mountains are relics of a bygone era. Standing tall on lonely peaks, most have been left to rust and decay, forgotten by the world below. But for urban explorers, thrill seekers, and those just looking for a unique camping spot with an unparalleled view, they are irresistible beacons. The following are accounts from people who sought that thrill. They climbed the rickety stairs, settled into the glass-walled cabins in the sky, and found something waiting for them in the isolation. These are their stories. My name is Jenna Carter. To my colleagues at the USGS, I am a cartographer, a woman who finds comfort in the precise lines of topography and the immutable logic of geography. To my few friends, I am an enthusiast of high and lonely places, but in the quiet sanctuary of my own mind, I am simply a pilgrim, and the Appalachian Mountains are my temple. For years I had been drawn to the stories of the old Seneca Peak Fire Tower, a skeletal finger of steel and glass pointing to the heavens, abandoned for decades but still standing, a silent sentinel over a kingdom of emerald, peaks and shadowed valleys. This trip was more than a simple backcountry excursion. It was a pilgrimage to a place I felt I already knew. The hike itself was arduous, a grueling 8-mile ascent that snaked it through dense forests of oak and hickory, before giving way to the hardy pines that clung to the higher elevations. The trail was faint, little more than a whisper on the forest floor, and I saw no other soul. This was precisely what I had sought, a profound and cleansing solitude. The air grew thin and crisp, each breath a clean, sharp reminder of my isolation. When I finally broke through the tree line and saw the tower, my heart swelled with a sense of homecoming. It stood on the very precipice of the peak, a lattice of weathered steel, its paint long since scarred away by wind and time, leaving a patina of rust that glowed a warm, earthy red in the late afternoon sun. Climbing the 100-foot staircase was a test of nerve. The metal steps groaned under my weight, and the wind, unimpeded at this altitude, sang a mournful song as it whipped through the structure, trying to pry me from my perch. But the view from the catwalk that encircled the cabin at the top was a reward that dwarfed any fear. A 360-degree panorama of the Appalachian wilderness unfolded before me. Wave upon wave of mountains, their slopes painted in the fiery hues of autumn, receded into a hazy, blue-tinted infinity. I was on an island in the sky, the world of roads, towns and people a distant, forgotten memory. The cabin itself was a single 10 by 10-foot room, encased in windows that were surprisingly intact, though filmed with the dust of ages. In the center stood the iconic Osborne fire finder, a large, circular map table with an alidade for pinpointing smoke, an old wooden stool, a small cot frame, and a rusty wood, burning stove were the only other furnishings. I ran my hand over the fire map, its paper yellowed and brittle. The names of the surrounding peaks: Black Balsam Knob, Thunder Ridge, Devil's Courthouse, were like verses from a sacred text. I unpacked my gear, laying out my sleeping bag on the cot, arranging my small stove and provisions. I felt a deep, abiding peace settle over me. I was completely alone, miles from any road or town, and I was home. As the sun began its slow descent, the world transformed. The sharp details of the distant mountains softened, and the valleys filled with pools of deep, purple shadow. The sky bled through a spectrum of orange, pink, and violet. It was a spectacle of such raw, untamed beauty that it felt almost sacred. I sat on the stool, my back against the cool glass of the west-facing window, and watched until the last sliver of sun vanished, leaving the world to the twilight. I turned my attention eastward, watching the stars begin to prick the darkening canopy. That's when I first saw it. It was so small, so insignificant at first that I almost dismissed it as an afterimage from the sunset. A single pinprick of light. It glowed with a warm, yellow hue, like a lantern, deep in a valley where the old fire map showed no trails, no cabins, nothing. It was a place of sheer, untamed wilderness. My first thought was of a fellow camper, perhaps one who had ventured off trail. The light flickered for a moment, then went out. I squinted, trying to find it again, but there was only the deepening blackness. I shrugged it off and went back to studying the map. Under the beam of my headlamp, trying to commit the terrain to memory. A minute or two passed. A flicker of movement at the edge of my vision drew my eyes back to the window. It was there again. The light. But this time, it was different. It was closer. And it was noticeably higher up the mountainside. The rational part of my brain immediately began to cycle through explanations. A park ranger. Unlikely. They used powerful, steady beams, and they wouldn't be bushwhacking through that terrain in the dark. A lost hiker with a weak flashlight. Perhaps. But the light had gone out completely, and then reappeared a significant distance away. I pulled my binoculars from my pack, my hands suddenly unsteady. I propped my elbows on the map table to steady the view. The light resolved into a distinct, swinging orb, the unmistakable motion of a lantern being carried. It cast a small, dancing pool of illumination on the ground around it, but the figure carrying it remained shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Just beyond the glow, it moved for another 30 seconds, then winked out again. Now, a cold knot of unease began to tighten in my stomach. The silence of the tower, once a comfort, now felt heavy and menacing. The wind whistling outside no longer sounded like a song, but a warning. I kept the binoculars pressed to my eyes, scanning the black void where the light had been. My heart hammered against my ribs. 5 minutes passed. The silence stretched, taut and expectant. Then it reappeared. This time, it was halfway up the opposing ridge, having covered an astonishing amount of ground. There was a terrifying deliberateness to its movement, now that I could not ignore. It wasn't the stumbling, hesitant progress of someone who was lost. It was a methodical, relentless climb. It would appear, move steadily upward for a minute, and then disappear into the blackness, only to reappear moments later, higher and closer. Always closer. It was navigating the treacherous, pathless terrain with an unnatural ease, as if it were simply walking up a flight of stairs. For the next hour, I was a prisoner in my glass cage, watching this silent, inexorable approach. The initial curiosity had curdled into a primal fear. Every instinct I had honed over years in the wilderness was screaming that this was wrong. This was unnatural. The light was not a beacon of a fellow human in need. It was a hunter, and it was tracking me. It made no sound that could carry on the wind. No snapping twigs, no dislodged rocks, no voice. There was only the silent, blinking light, a single malevolent eye in the vast, crushing darkness. It was methodically, patiently, making its way towards my tower, and I had nowhere to run. The last time it blinked on, it was at the base of the final, steep ascent to Seneca Peak itself. It was no longer in the valley or on the opposing ridge. It was on my mountain. It swung once, twice, casting its sickly yellow glow on the gnarled roots of the pines at the tree line, not 500 yards below me. Then it went out, and this time, it did not come back on. I was left staring into an absolute blackness, my own terrified reflection superimposed over the empty, star-dusted sky. The silence that followed was different. It wasn't empty. It was the silence of something holding its breath. The silence of something that has stopped moving because it has arrived. Time ceased to have meaning. I stood frozen, my knuckles white where I gripped the binocular straps, my breath held tight in my chest. The absolute blackness outside the windows was a physical presence, a suffocating blanket that pressed in on my glass sanctuary. The silence it left behind was worse than any noise. It was a predatory silence, filled with the weight of unseen things. My ears strained, trying to parse the whisper of the wind from something more sinister. Was that a footstep on the rocky ground below? The snap of a twig? Or was it just the frantic, percussive beat of my own heart echoing in the confines of the tiny cabin? My mind, the rational, scientific mind of a cartographer, was a traitor. It supplied images, unbidden and horrific, a gaunt figure with a lantern, its face a mask of shadow, now standing at the base of my tower, head tilted back, eyes I couldn't see fixed on me. I forced myself to move, my limbs stiff and clumsy with adrenaline. I killed my headlamp, plunging the cabin into near, total darkness, save for the faint, cold light of the distant stars. My reflection vanished from the glass, and the world outside became a tapestry of deep blacks and faint grays. Hiding. The instinct was primal. If I couldn't see it, maybe it couldn't see me. I crouched below the level of the windows, my back pressed against the cold metal legs of the Osborne fire fender. The floorboards were rough against my palms. I was 100 feet in the air, on a steel stalk, in a glass box. There was no escape. The absurdity of my situation, the pilgrimage that had turned into a siege, threatened to bubble up as hysterical laughter. I choked it down. The sound a painful squeak in my throat. That's when I heard the first sound. It was faint, almost imperceptible beneath the ceaseless moan of the wind. A metallic thump. It came from below, from the tower structure itself. I went utterly still, every nerve ending alight. A minute passed. Nothing. I told myself it was the tower settling, the metal contracting in the cold night air. It was an old structure, after all. It was bound to make noise. I was about to exhale the breath I hadn't realized I was holding when it came again. Thump. It was closer this time. And it was rhythmic. A slow, deliberate cadence. It wasn't the random groan of stressed metal. This was a sound with intent. My blood ran cold. It was the sound of something climbing. Thump, scrape, thump. The sounds were methodical, unhurried. The sound of a heavyweight being placed on each of the steel steps of the open air staircase that wound its way up my lonely perch. I scrambled over to the trapdoor in the center of the floor, the only point of entry into the cabin. My fingers fumbled with the heavy iron bolt. It was thick with rust but slid home with a satisfying, definitive clank. A pathetic gesture of security against the unknown, but it was the only thing I could do. I pressed my ear against the rough, splintery wood of the door, my body trembling uncontrollably. Thump, scrape, thump. It was halfway up. The sound was clearer now, a dead, heavy impact on the grated metal steps. There was no sound of breathing, no grunts of exertion, just the steady, relentless beat of its ascent. What kind of animal could climb 100-foot, open great staircase in the dark? A bear. It would make more noise, its claws would scratch and scrabble. A person. Who would climb this tower in the dead of night, without a light? with such terrifying deliberation. The image of the swinging lantern returned. The light was gone, but the thing that carried it was not. It hadn't needed the light to see its way through the valley, and it didn't need it now. It was coming for me. My mind raced, cataloging the contents of my pack. My ice axe. It was my only real weapon. I crawled on hands and knees to my pack, my movements frantic but quiet. I pulled the axe free, its weight a small, cold comfort in my hand. I backed away from the trapdoor, putting the map table between it and me, and crouched again, raising the axe, its pick pointed towards the door. The thumping stopped. The silence that descended was more profound, more terrifying than before. It had reached the top landing, the small metal platform just outside and below the trapdoor. It was here. My entire world shrank to the 10 by 10-foot cabin. Every creak of the tower in the wind was its movement. Every shadow was its form, about to coalesce. I held my breath, listening. I could hear nothing. Not a footstep on the metal grate outside. Not the sound of breathing. Nothing. It was just there, waiting. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My muscles screamed from the tension of my crouched position. My eyes, wide and unblinking, were fixed on the trapdoor. Why wasn't it doing anything? Was this some kind of psychological game? Was it waiting for me to break, to scream, to give myself away? The wind howled, rattling the window panes in their frames, a sound that was suddenly, violently, comforting, a reminder that there was still a world outside of this suffocating, silent standoff. Then, a new sound, a soft, wet, dragging noise. It came from directly beneath the trapdoor. A shell-up sound, like a heavy, water-logged sack being dragged across the metal grating. And then, a tap, tap, tap on the wood of the door. It wasn't a knock. It was a light, inquisitive, almost delicate tapping, like a bird's beak against a tree. It was a sound so at odds with the heavy, threatening ascent that it was profoundly, deeply unsettling. Tap, 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 tap. I didn't breathe. I couldn't. The tapping stopped, and for a moment, there was only the wind again. Then, the iron handle of the trapdoor began to jiggle. Slowly at first, then more insistently. Clank, clank. Clank, clank, clank. It was testing the lock. My heart felt like it was going to explode. The bolt was old. The wood around it was rotten. The jiggling became a violent rattling, the entire trapdoor shaking in its frame. The thing outside was no longer being subtle. It wanted in. A low sound emanated from beneath the floor, a sound that will haunt my nightmares until the day I die. It was a series of wet, guttural clicks and pops, a grotesque chittering that sounded like a broken recording of a human voice, trying to form words and failing. It was a sound of pure biological wrongness, something that had no place in the natural world. The rattling stopped. A moment of silence. Then, a deafening CRSEK. A spiderweb of fractures appeared on the surface of the trapdoor, originating from the center. It hit it. It hit it with incredible force. Suck. Another blow. This time a piece of the rotten wood splintered inwards, falling to the floor beside me. Through the newly formed hole, I could see nothing but an impossible, absolute blackness, a darkness that seemed to drink the starlight. The chittering sound grew louder, more excited. It knew it was getting in. I scrambled backwards, pressing myself into the far corner of the cabin, the glass cold against my back. I raised the ice axe, my arms shaking so badly I could barely hold it. This was it. The flimsy wood. The rusty bolt. They were just moments from giving way completely. Shrek! The sound was like a gunshot in the small space. The bolt tore free from the frame with a shriek of tortured metal. The trapdoor, no longer secured, sagged downwards on its hinges. It hung open a few inches, revealing the abyss of the stairwell below. The wet, clicking sounds were directly beneath me now, accompanied by a low, eager hiss. For a terrifying second, nothing happened. Then, slowly, horribly, something began to emerge from the darkness. It wasn't a hand. It was too long, too thin, with too many joints. A pale, bone, white appendage, like an insect's leg, unfolded itself from the opening, its tip scraping against the floorboards as it reached into the cabin. A scream, thin and ragged, tore from my throat. It was a sound of pure animal terror. The appendage, glistening and pale in the faint starlight, flexed. It was followed by another, identical leg that unfolded from the darkness below. The wet, chittering clicks grew louder, echoing in the confined space as the creature began to haul its body through the splintered remains of the trapdoor. My mind, which had been paralyzed by fear, rebooted with a single, blindingly clear imperative: kill it. The thing that pulled itself into the cabin was a violation of nature, a blasphemy of biology. It was vaguely humanoid in its upright posture, but impossibly thin and elongated, its limbs bending at angles that bone and sinew should not allow. Its skin was a sickly, translucent white, like the belly of a fish, and seemed to weep a thin, clear fluid that sizzled faintly where it dripped on the wooden floor. It had no discernible face. The smooth, featureless expanse where eyes and a mouth should have been was the most terrifying thing I had ever witnessed. The clicking, chittering sounds emanated from a pulsating slit in its torso. It righted itself, its long, insectoid limbs scraping against the floorboards, and turned its blank head towards my corner. It knew exactly where I was. Adrenaline surged through me. A white, hot wave that banished the cold paralysis. I didn't think, I reacted. With a guttural roar that was more beast than human, I launched myself from the corner, swinging the ice axe in a wide, desperate arc. The pick connected with its shoulder with a sickening, wet thud. There was no cry of pain, no blood. The creature simply staggered, the axe embedded in its strange, yielding flesh. It twisted its torso with unnatural speed, and one of its long, multi-jointed arms whipped out, catching me across the chest. The blow was like being hit by a steel cable. It threw me across the small room, and I slammed into the far wall, the air exploding from my lungs. The window pane next to me cracked under the impact. Pain, sharp and blinding, shot through my ribs. I slumped to the floor, gasping, my vision swimming with black spots. The ice axe was still lodged in the creature's shoulder. It reached up with a slow, deliberate motion, gripped the handle of the axe with two of its spindly appendages, and pulled it free. It held the axe for a moment, tilting its blank head as if examining it, before dropping it to the floor with a clatter. It took a step towards me, its movements jerky and yet fluid, a horrifying paradox. I knew with chilling certainty that if it reached me, I was dead. I kicked out wildly, my heavy hiking boot connecting with one of its thin legs. The leg buckled at an impossible angle, but the creature didn't seem to register the injury. It just kept coming. I scrambled backwards, my mind racing. There was no escape. The trapdoor was its domain, and I was trapped, 100 feet in the air, with a nightmare. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything, any hope. They landed on the Osborne Fire Finder. The heavy, circular map table was bolted to the floor, an immovable anchor in the center of the cabin. But it was wide and solid. An idea, born of sheer, primal desperation, sparked in my mind. It wasn't a plan, it was a gamble, a final, suicidal throw of the dice. As the creature loomed over me, its featureless face a canvas for my own terror, I shoved myself away from the wall and rolled, putting the map table between us. The creature paused, its appendages tapping inquisitively on the tabletop. The chittering from its torso grew louder, more agitated. It placed one leg on the table, preparing to climb over it. Now or never. With every last ounce of strength I possessed, I surged upwards. Not away from the creature, but towards it. I slammed my shoulder into the edge of the heavy map table. The old bolts holding it to the floor groaned in protest. The creature, caught off balance, stumbled. I pushed again, my feet slipping in the slick fluid it left behind, my whole body screaming in agony. The table tilted. The creature flailed, its long limbs scraping for purchase. I gave one final, desperate shove. There was a sound of tearing metal as the bolts ripped free from the rotten floorboards. The entire Osborne fire finder. A century of history and geography tipped over. It crashed into the creature, pinning its lower body. The combined weight of the table, and the monster slammed into the wall of windows, overlooking the eastern valley. The sound of shattering glass was the loudest thing I had ever heard. It wasn't a crack, it was an explosion. The entire wall of windows disintegrated, and the wind, a physical, roaring entity, burst into the cabin. It tore at me, a maelstrom of cold air and vertigo. The creature, pinned beneath the table, was pushed half out of the gaping hole. It thrashed wildly, its limbs clawing at the air, at the broken frame of the window, at the table that trapped it. It was my only chance. I grabbed the leg of the overturned table, my fingers numb, and pushed. The creature was impossibly strong, its struggles resisting my effort. It was trying to pull itself back in. One of its appendages lashed out and wrapped around my ankle. The grip was like iron. It began to pull me with it, towards the 100-foot drop. I screamed and kicked, twisting my body. My foot connected with its blank, smooth head. The impact was jarring, but its grip loosened for a fraction of a second. It was enough. I tore my leg free and threw my entire weight forward, pushing the table with a final, desperate cry. For a moment, it hung there, balanced on the precipice. Then, with a slow, final scrape of metal on wood, the Osborne fire finder, and the nightmare pinned beneath it, slid out of the tower and vanished into the screaming blackness. There was no sound of it hitting the ground. There was only the roar of the wind through the shattered hole where a wall used to be. I collapsed onto the floor, shaking, sobbing, my body a symphony of pain. I lay there for how long I don't know. The rest of the night was a blur of terror and agony. I couldn't get near the gaping hole. I huddled in the far corner, my useless ice axe clutched in my hand, watching the stars wheel past, listening to the wind howl through my violated sanctuary. Every gust, every creak of the tower was its return. But it never came. When the first gray light of dawn finally broke the horizon, illuminating the devastation of the cabin, I moved. Every muscle screamed. I couldn't climb down. My ribs were broken, my ankle was sprained. I used the rope from my pack, my knowledge of knots, and the remaining frame of the window as an anchor. The rappel down was clumsy and agonizing. I didn't look down. I didn't want to see what lay at the bottom of the tower. I stumbled the 8 miles back to my car in a pain-filled daze. I never looked back. I never filed a report. Who would believe me? A story of a lantern, a climb in the dark, a creature from a nightmare. They would say I had hallucinated, that I had fallen and hit my head, that I had destroyed the historic cabin in a fit of madness. Perhaps they would be right, but I carry the truth with me. It lives in the web of scars on my chest, in the limp that will never quite go away, and in the profound, unshakable terror of high, lonely places. I no longer find comfort in them, because sometimes, when the wind howls just right, I can still hear a faint, wet, chittering sound. And I know that in the deep, dark places of the world, some things don't need a light to see you. My name is Marcus Thorne. To most people, I'm just an analyst, a man who spends his days translating data into spreadsheets and corporate jargon. It's a stable life, a predictable one, but it lacks a certain texture, the kind you can only find in places the world has forgotten. That's my true passion: urban exploration, or more accurately, rural exploration. I seek out the abandoned, the derelict, the structures left to crumble back into the earth. I'm a photographer of decay, finding a strange, melancholic beauty in the peeling paint, the rust-streaked walls, and the silent histories they hold. My latest obsession was the old fire towers, scattered throughout the Appalachian Mountains. Most had been decommissioned decades ago, replaced by satellite surveillance and modern technology. They were relics of a bygone era, skeletal sentinels standing watch over endless seas of trees. I'd spent weeks researching, cross-referencing old forestry maps with satellite imagery, looking for one that was remote enough to be untouched by vandals, but still accessible enough for a determined hiker. I finally found it, Tower 7, perched on a ridge so deep in the wilderness that the access road had been swallowed by the forest 20 years prior. It was perfect. The journey itself was a descent into isolation. The paved highway gave way to a gravel road, which then devolved into a dirt track, barely wide enough for my Jeep. Finally, the track ended abruptly at a collapsed wooden bridge, its timbers rotting into the muddy banks of a creek. From here, it was on foot. I shouldered my pack, heavy with camera gear, camping equipment, and enough water for 2 days, and pushed my way onto the overgrown trail. The forest was unnervingly quiet. The typical symphony of the woods. The chatter of squirrels, the chorus of birds, the hum of insects was muted, almost entirely absent. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on dead leaves and the rhythmic thud of my own heart. The air grew cooler, thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying pine needles. Sunlight struggled to pierce the dense canopy above, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to wreathe in my peripheral vision. It was the kind of profound silence that feels like a physical presence, pressing in from all sides. Any sane person would have felt an instinctual urge to turn back, but for me, this was the threshold I sought. This was where the forgotten world began. After nearly 3 hours of grueling uphill hiking, I saw it. The tower wasn't majestic, it was menacing. A skeletal framework of rusted steel, it clawed at the overcast sky, looking like the finger bone of some long, dead giant. It was taller than I'd expected, maybe 80 or 90 feet, with a small cab at the very top, its windows like vacant eyes. The base of the tower was enclosed by a chain-link fence, but a large section had been peeled back, an open invitation. The ground floor was a concrete bunker of sorts, its walls covered in a tapestry of faded graffiti and creeping moss. The air was thick with the stench of stagnant water and rust. Empty beer cans and sodden cigarette packs, littered the corners, evidence of past visitors, but none of it looked recent. This place had been left alone for a long time. The real challenge was the ascent. The stairs were a narrow, winding cage of steel bolted to the side of the structure. They groaned and protested under my weight, each step an unnerving chorus of creaks and metallic shrieks that echoed across the silent landscape. Several steps were missing entirely, forcing me to make precarious, stretching lunges to the next one, the ground seeming to fall away beneath me. The wind, which had been just a whisper in the forest, was a tangible force up here, whistling through the steel beams and tugging at my pack. With each level I climbed, the world expanded, the endless green of the forest canopy, stretching to a horizon of hazy blue mountains. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet the height and the sheer exposure sent a primal thrill of fear through my veins. Finally, I hauled myself through an open hatch onto the floor of the cab. The room was a small, octagonal space, maybe 15 feet across. It was a wreck, but mostly in the way I'd expected. A thick blanket of dust covered everything, turning the floor into a soft, gray carpet. Rust had eaten away at the window frames, and shards of broken glass littered the floor like jagged teeth. A central console, where maps and radios once sat, was now just a skeletal metal desk. But the view was magnificent. Through the grime-caked windows that remained intact, I had a 360-degree panorama of the Appalachian wilderness. I felt like the last man on Earth, perched at the top of the world. My plan was to spend the night. I wanted to capture the sunset and the sunrise from this unique vantage point. I dropped my pack with a heavy thud and began to set up my small camp. The first order of business was to clear a space for my sleeping bag, away from the worst of the broken glass. I found an old, stiff-bristled broom in one corner, its handle warped but still functional. I started sweeping, the bristles scraping against the concrete floor, sending up clouds of dust that danced in the slivers of afternoon light. It was a monotonous, almost meditative task. Scrape, push, scrape, push. I was working on a corner near the central desk when the broom hit something with a light, plasticky tink. It wasn't the grating sound of a rock or the crunch of glass. It was small. Curious, I knelt down, brushing the thick dust away with my hand. And there it was. Lying on its side was a small, green plastic army man, the kind you'd get in a bucket of 100. It was the classic bazooka, man pose, a familiar icon of childhood. But something was profoundly wrong. In this room, where every single surface was coated in years of filth and decay, the toy soldier was pristine. Its green plastic was vibrant and glossy, without a single scratch or speck of dust on it. The mold lines were sharp, the details of its tiny helmet and weapon perfectly defined. It looked brand new, as if it had been dropped there only moments ago. I picked it up. It felt smooth and clean in my grimy hand. I couldn't explain it. How could something be so immaculate in a place so filthy? Had another hiker been here today? It seemed impossible. I hadn't seen another soul for miles, and the trail was so overgrown. It was clear no one had used it in ages. Besides, who would leave a single, perfect toy behind? Shaking my head, I dismissed it as just a strange anomaly, a weird but harmless mystery. I walked over to the rusted desk and stood the little green soldier up on its surface, facing the door. A tiny, silent guard for my lonely outpost. I turned back to my sweeping, but a subtle shift had occurred. The silence of the tower no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful. And as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't entirely alone. The sunset was a masterpiece of cosmic violence, but I barely noticed. My attention was fixed on the tiny plastic figure, standing sentinel on the rusted desk. As the last sliver of sun vanished below the horizon, the world outside the cab's windows dissolved into an abyss of absolute black. The temperature plummeted. I zipped up my jacket, the sound unnervingly loud in the crushing silence, and prepared a cold meal of trail mix and a protein bar. Every few moments, my eyes would dart back to the little green soldier. It hadn't moved, of course. It was a toy. Yet, the unease it had sparked in me had now kindled into a low, persistent fire of anxiety. The tower, which had felt like a sanctuary from the wilderness, now felt like a cage suspended in an endless void. Nightfall gave the tower its own voice. The wind, no longer just a whisper, became a mournful howl as it tore through the steel lattice. The entire structure would groan and shudder with each powerful gust, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the concrete floor and up my spine. I told myself these were just the natural sounds of an old, exposed building. It was physics, nothing more. But my rational mind was losing its grip, overwhelmed by the primal fear of being alone in the dark. In a place so profoundly isolated, I unrolled my sleeping bag in the area I'd swept clean. But the thought of sleep felt like a distant fantasy. I decided to review the photos I'd taken during my ascent. I switched on my camera, the small LCD screen casting a pale, clinical light in the oppressive darkness. I flicked through the images, the overgrown trail, the menacing silhouette of the tower, the breathtaking panoramic views. It was good work. But as I looked at the photos, a cold knot formed in my stomach. I was documenting a place, but I was also a part of it now. A temporary resident in its long, silent history. That's when I heard the first sound that wasn't the wind. It was a sharp, metallic scrape from below. It came from the direction of the stairwell. My head snapped up, my senses instantly on high alert. I held my breath, straining to listen over the gale. Silence. Had I imagined it? Was it just a loose piece of metal rattling in the wind? It had sounded so distinct, so deliberate, like a boot scraping against a steel step. My heart hammered against my ribs. I grabbed my maglite, its heavy, reassuring weight a small comfort in my hand. Clicking it on, I sent a powerful beam of white light, cutting through the darkness towards the open hatch. I crept forward, my socked feet making no sound on the dusty floor. I peered over the edge, shining the light down the spiraling staircase. The beam illuminated the rusted steps, the intricate web of steel beams, and then nothing. Just empty space and swirling darkness. The wind shrieked up the stairwell, a hollow, lonely sound. I swept the light back and forth, my knuckles white as I gripped the flashlight. There was nothing there. No animal, no person, nothing. I pulled back from the hatch, my breath fogging in the cold air. "Get a grip, Marcus," I whispered, the words sounding frail and foolish. It was the wind. It had to be. I was tired. My mind was playing tricks on me. I returned to my sleeping bag, but the feeling of being watched was now more intense than ever. I felt exposed, vulnerable. I forced myself to sit down, leaning my back against the cold wall. I took a long sip of water from my canteen, trying to calm my racing pulse. My gaze drifted back to the desk, and my blood ran cold. The soldier had moved. It was no longer facing the hatch. It had been turned a perfect 90 degrees and was now aiming its tiny, plastic bazooka directly at me. I stared, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. A tremor started in my hands. It was impossible. I was the only one here. The tower had shuddered in the wind, yes, but the desk was a heavy, solid piece of metal. Nothing could have vibrated it enough to turn that little figure so precisely. I hadn't gone near it. I hadn't touched it. I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, that I had not moved it. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my attempts at rationalization. I scrambled over to the desk and snatched the soldier up. It felt inert, just a piece of plastic. There was no rational explanation. I wanted to hurl it out of the broken window, to send it plummeting into the dark forest below. But some morbid curiosity, some self-destructive need to understand, stopped me. My hand shaking, I placed it back on the desk, this time laying it flat on its side. I stared at it for a long moment, then backed away slowly, as if from a venomous snake. The storm I had been dreading finally broke. Rain began to lash against the windows, first as a light patter, then as a torrential downpour. The wind escalated into a full-blown gale, and the tower began to sway, not just groan. It was a sickening, rhythmic motion, like being on the mast of a ship in a hurricane. Flashes of lightning lit up the sky, momentarily revealing the churning, rain-swept canopy of the forest below. In those brief, starkly illuminated moments, the trees looked like waves in a furious ocean. The noise was deafening, a chaotic symphony of wind, rain, and the groaning protest of the tower itself. And yet, in the fleeting moments of quiet, between the rolling claps of thunder, I began to hear something else. A new sound. It was a faint, rhythmic tapping. Tap, 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 tap. It wasn't coming from the windows or the roof. It seemed to be coming from inside the walls of the cab itself. I pressed my ear against the cold, painted steel, trying to pinpoint the source. The tapping stopped. I held my breath. It started again, this time from the opposite wall. Tap, tap, tap. It was skittering, moving. My logical mind screamed that it was just rain finding its way into the tower's hollow frame, but my terrified heart knew better. It sounded like someone was patiently, methodically trying to get my attention. I must have passed out, not into a peaceful sleep, but into a shallow, anxiety-ridden state of unconsciousness, born of pure mental and physical exhaustion. I was woken by a clap of thunder so violent, it felt like the sky itself had cracked in two. The entire tower shuddered, and I sat bolt upright, my heart feeling like it was trying to beat its way out of my chest. The room was in absolute darkness, my headlamp having fallen beside me. I fumbled for it, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. I switched it on, the bright beam cutting a frantic path across the room. I swept the light over my pack, the walls, the windows, and then to the desk. It was empty. The soldier was gone. A raw, primal fear unlike anything I had ever known seized me. I wasn't just scared, I was terrified on a cellular level. No, 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 I muttered, scrambling to my feet. I swept the beam of my headlamp across every inch of the floor. It wasn't there. I frantically checked my pockets, my pack, my sleeping bag, shaking everything out. Nothing. It had vanished. My light beam caught something else. Something tucked just under the rusted lip of the central console. It wasn't green. It was a small, neatly folded piece of paper, yellowed and brittle with age. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely pick it up. With a dreadful sense of finality, I carefully unfolded it. It was a page torn from an old logbook, the kind a fire watcher would have used. The entry was dated October 12, 1976. The handwriting was a frantic, spidery scrawl, the ink faded but still legible. Another night. The wind won't stop. He's out there again. I see him in the lightning flashes, just a small shape by the tree line. Always watching. The game is never over. He leaves his little green men for me. They watch me when he can't. I find them in new places every morning. On the radio. In my cup. Today, one was on my pillow. He doesn't want me to leave. He just wants to play. As the final words registered in my brain, a deafening bang erupted from directly below me. It wasn't the wind. It was the heavy, metallic sound of the hatch to the stairwell. The hatch I had left open, being slammed shut. I lunged for it, my fingers scrabbling at the cold metal handle. I pulled. It didn't move. I pulled again with all my strength, my muscles screaming in protest. It was stuck fast, as if it had been bolted from the other side. I was trapped. And then a new sound began. A sound from the stairs, just on the other side of the sealed hatch. It was a slow, deliberate, rhythmic noise. The sound of something small and hard, being dragged up the steel steps, one at a time, getting closer and closer. The sound froze me in place. It was the sound of pure, methodical dread. Each rasp of something hard against steel another. Nail in the coffin of my sanity. My mind, already frayed and stretched thin, finally snapped. I threw myself against the hatch, screaming, my voice a raw, ragged tear in the fabric of the storm. I beat my fists against the cold, unyielding metal until my knuckles were bruised and bloody. The pain a distant, insignificant sensation compared to the all-consuming terror of what lay on the other side. The scraping continued, unhurried, undeterred by my frantic assault, and ascended the final few steps and then stopped directly beneath the hatch. Silence. The sudden absence of the noise was somehow worse. My frantic breathing and the howling wind were the only sounds left. I was a mouse in a steel trap, waiting for the final, inevitable snap. I backed away from the hatch, stumbling over my own pack. My eyes wide with terror, fixed on the metal plate that separated me from the unknown. My headlamp beam trembled violently, casting spastic shadows that danced like demons on the walls. Then came a new sound. A soft, delicate tink, tink. Tink against the underside of the hatch. It was testing the barrier. Probing. The sound was light, almost inquisitive, but it carried a weight of horrifying implication. It knew I was in here. It was trying to figure out how to get to me. I scrambled backwards until my back hit the far wall, pulling my knees to my chest in a futile attempt to make myself smaller, to disappear. The handle on the hatch began to jiggle. Slowly at first, then more violently, a frantic, metallic rattling that echoed the frantic beating of my own heart. Whatever was out there was strong. The heavy bolt I had seen earlier was the only thing holding it shut. I watched, mesmerized in horror, as the handle twisted back and forth, straining against its mechanism. I had to get out. The thought pierced through my paralysis like a bolt of lightning. This room was not a shelter. It was a tomb waiting to be sealed. My eyes darted around the cab, searching for any possibility of escape. The windows, the shattered, grime-caked windows were my only hope. It was insane, a 90-foot drop in the middle of a raging storm. But it was better than waiting for the hatch to give way. My survival instinct took over, a cold, desperate clarity cutting through the panic. I rummaged through my pack, my hands still shaking but now moving with purpose. My climbing rope. I always carried 50 feet of lightweight static rope. Not enough to get me to the ground, but maybe, just maybe, enough to get me past the halfway point, to a section of the tower's lattice I could climb down. It was a sliver of a chance, but it was the only one I had. As I worked to anchor the rope to the leg of the heavy central desk, a new sound began, and this one shattered the last remnants of my courage. It was a voice. It whispered through the thin cracks around the sealed hatch, a sound that should not have been able to penetrate the roar of the storm. It was the voice of a child, but it was horribly wrong. Thin, reedy, and ancient, like the rustle of dry leaves. "Don't you want to play?" It whispered, the words drawn out and laced with a chilling, lonely amusement. The watcher before you played. He was fun, but he got old. I froze, the rope slipping through my numb fingers. The logbook entry flashed in my mind. He just wants to play. This was the entity that had haunted the previous fire watcher to madness. "I have a new soldier for you." The voice continued, its tone shifting to one of petulant insistence. "It's the best one. The captain. You have to have the captain to start the game. Open the door." The handle on the hatch began to rattle again, more furiously this time, accompanied by a heavy, rhythmic thudding. It was trying to break the door down. The game was over. Now, it just wanted in. There was no more time. With a guttural scream of pure desperation, I grabbed the heaviest piece of my camera tripod and swung it with all my might at the largest remaining window. The glass, old and brittle, exploded outwards into the storm with a deafening crash. Wind and rain blasted into the cab, a violent, physical assault that tore at my clothes and stung my face. I didn't hesitate. I cinched the rope, gave it one hard, final tug to test the anchor, and threw the coil out into the screaming void. I scrambled through the jagged opening, the shards of glass tearing at my jacket and pants. For a terrifying moment, I was hanging 90 feet in the air, the wind trying to rip me from my precarious hold. My feet found the steel frame of the tower, and I began my descent. It was a nightmare of swaying steel, slippery handholds, and blinding rain. The wind threatened to peel me off the structure and send me plummeting into the darkness. Every few feet, a flash of lightning would illuminate the world in stark black and white, revealing the churning sea of trees below. I didn't look down. I couldn't. I focused only on the next handhold, the next foothold, my world shrinking to a few square inches of rusted, wet steel. Above me, I heard a sound of pure, inhuman rage. A high-pitched shriek that was swallowed by the storm, followed by the sound of splintering wood and groaning metal. It had broken into the cab. I rappelled faster, my hands burning from the friction of the rope, my muscles screaming in protest. The 50 feet of rope ran out far too soon, leaving me dangling more than 40 feet from the ground. My feet scrambled, finding a purchase on a crossbeam. I unclipped from the rope, leaving it to dangle uselessly above me, and began the slow, terrifying climb down the tower's lattice. I was maybe 20 feet from the ground when a flash of lightning illuminated the base of the tower. And I saw him. It was a boy. He couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 years old, dressed in faded, old-fashioned overalls. He was pale, almost translucent, and his form seemed to shimmer and waver in the rain. He stood perfectly still, his head tilted back, looking up at me. His face was a pale oval of shadow, but I could feel his eyes on me, ancient and empty, and filled with a terrible, possessive hunger. This was the player. This was the ghost of the mountain. I let go. The 10-foot drop felt like 100. I hit the ground hard, pain shooting up my leg, but I didn't register it. I scrambled to my feet and ran, I ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth. Branches whipping at my face, the forest floor a treacherous landscape of roots and mud. Behind me, I heard a sound that will haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. It was the sound of a child's laughter, but it was thin and cruel, and utterly devoid of joy. It echoed through the trees, seeming to come from every direction at once. The sound of a game that had been interrupted, a playmate who had run away. I don't know how long I ran. I stumbled through the darkness in a state of pure animal panic, fueled by adrenaline and terror. Eventually, the first gray hints of dawn began to filter through the canopy. I found the overgrown trail a faint ribbon of hope in the oppressive wilderness. I didn't stop running until I burst out of the tree line and saw my Jeep, its familiar shape, the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I drove for 6 hours straight, never once looking in the rearview mirror. I never went back to the mountains. I sold my camera gear, deleted my photographs, and traded my passion for the forgotten for the sterile safety of my apartment. I am a man who has looked into the abyss and seen something look back. But sometimes the game finds me. A few weeks ago, I came home from work to find something standing on my kitchen counter. It was small and green and made of plastic. It was pristine, without a scratch or a speck of dust on it. It was the captain, and it was facing my bedroom door, as if waiting patiently for the game to begin again. My name is Olivia Carter. To understand why I chose to spend a night in a place that still seeps into the edges of my quietest moments, you have to understand the person I was 6 years ago. I was 24, living in a city that never slept, working a graphic design job that felt like it was slowly draining the color from my own life. I craved authenticity, a raw and unfiltered experience that would scar the urban residue from my soul. I had become an avid solo hiker, finding a profound sense of peace in the strenuous climb and the silent companionship of ancient trees. The Appalachian Trail was my cathedral, and I was a faithful parishioner. My obsession at the time was urbexing, urban exploration, but for me, it was rural exploration. I sought out abandoned places, forgotten homesteads, and derelict structures hidden deep in the wilderness. I wasn't a vandal or a thrill seeker in the traditional sense. I was a historian of the lost, fascinated by the stories these places held. I'd spend hours poring over old topographical maps and forestry records, searching for those tiny squares that marked a fire tower, a ranger cabin, or a long disused shelter. Most were gone, reclaimed by the relentless green tide of the forest. But some remained. That's how I found her, the Black Ridge Fire Tower. It wasn't on any modern maps, and the trail leading to it had been officially decommissioned for at least 30 years. According to a 1960s Forestry Service log I found digitized in an online archive, it was a steel frame tower with a 14x14-foot cabin on top, decommissioned due to the high cost of maintenance and the increased use of aerial surveillance for spotting fires. It was perfect, remote, forgotten, and perched on a ridge that promised a sunrise that could change a person's life. The plan was simple: a 2-day trip. Hike in, spend the night in the tower cabin, and hike out the next morning. A test of my skills and a perfect escape. I told my roommate I was going camping near the Shenandoah Valley, a white lie to prevent a lecture on the dangers of solo hiking to off-grid locations. I packed my 65-liter pack with meticulous care. Tent as in case the tower was inaccessible. Sleeping bag, water filter, food for 2 days. a first aid kit, and a heavy-duty headlamp. I felt prepared. I felt invincible. The drive to the trailhead was the first sign that this trip was different. The paved road gave way to gravel, which in turn dissolved into a rutted dirt track that scraped the undercarriage of my sedan. I had to park nearly 2 miles from where the old trail was supposed to begin, adding a significant chunk to my hike. The air here was different, heavy and still, the usual forest chorus of birds and insects strangely muted. A thick canopy of oak and hickory trees blocked out the sun, plunging the forest floor into a perpetual twilight. Finding the old trail was a challenge. It was little more than a whisper of a path, a slight depression in the earth, choked with decades of fallen leaves. The trail markers, faint blue blazes on the trees, were peeling and faded, like ghosts of a warning. The climb was brutal, much steeper than the map had suggested. The forest grew denser, the trees crowding in on the path, their branches seeming to claw at my pack and clothes. Several times, I had the distinct, prickling sensation of being watched. I'd stop, my heart hammering against my ribs, and scan the silent woods around me. I saw nothing but the endless sea of trees, the dappled, shifting shadows. I told myself it was just my city-frayed nerves, the natural reaction to true isolation. But the feeling lingered, a cold weight in the pit of my stomach. After nearly 5 hours of grueling hiking, I saw it. Through a break in the trees, a skeletal finger of rusted steel clawing at the sky. The Black Ridge Fire Tower. It stood in a small, circular clearing. The ground around it a mat of pine needles and weeds. It was taller than I'd imagined, maybe 70 feet high, a lattice of corroded metal that groaned softly in the wind. The stairs, a terrifying, narrow switchback of grated metal, clung to the side of the structure. The first few steps were missing entirely, forcing me to haul myself up onto the landing with my pack still on, a clumsy and dangerous maneuver. With each step I climbed, the wind grew stronger, whistling a mournful tune through the steel beams. The metal stairs shuddered and creaked under my weight, and I kept my eyes locked on the step in front of me, not daring to look down. Finally, I reached the top platform and the cabin. The door hung ajar, held by a single, rusted hinge. I pushed it open, and the screech of metal on metal echoed across the silent ridge. The inside of the cabin was a time capsule of decay. A thick layer of dust and grime covered everything. A simple metal frame cot was pushed against one wall, its mattress ripped open, yellowed stuffing spilling onto the floor. In the center of the room was a circular table with a map of the surrounding area bolted to its surface. The map was a relic, showing landmarks and names I didn't recognize. The glass of the windows was gone, leaving gaping holes that looked out over the vast, rolling expanse of the Appalachians. The view was breathtaking, a 360-degree panorama of green mountains fading into a hazy blue distance. For a moment, the unease I'd felt on the trail melted away, replaced by a wave of triumphant awe. This was it. This was the authenticity I had been searching for. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, I set up my small camp. I unrolled my sleeping bag on the floor, deciding it was a better option than the derelict cot. I made a cold meal of trail mix and a protein bar, not wanting to risk an open flame in the dry, windy conditions. The wind was a constant presence, a low moan that vibrated through the tower's frame. Then I saw the radio. It was tucked in a corner, an ancient-looking Bakelite box. Its wires chewed through by rodents, its speaker grill clogged with thick, gray cobwebs. It clearly hadn't worked in decades. A forgotten piece of junk from a bygone era. I gave it a passing glance and thought nothing more of it. Night fell quickly, a thick, starless blanket of black. The world beyond the cabin windows disappeared, leaving only the moaning of the wind and the creaking of the tower. It was a profound, almost oppressive darkness, unlike anything I had ever experienced. I switched on my headlamp, the bright beam cutting a sharp cone of light in the gloom, and settled into my sleeping bag with a book. The familiar words were a comfort, an anchor to the sane, ordinary world. I was deep into a chapter, completely absorbed, when a sudden, harsh burst of static made me jump so violently, I nearly threw my book across the room. My heart exploded in my chest. I froze, every muscle tensed. My breath caught in my throat. The sound had come from the corner, from the radio. Slowly, I turned my head, the beam of my headlamp cutting through the darkness. The radio was humming. A low, electric thrum that seemed to vibrate in my teeth. It was impossible. The wires were severed. There was no power source. I slid out of my sleeping bag, my bare feet cold on the gritty floor. I crept closer, my movements slow and deliberate, as if approaching a wild animal. The sound was mostly static, a chaotic, crackling hiss. But as I leaned in, my ear just inches from the dusty speaker grill, I could hear something else beneath it. A faint, rhythmic sound, struggling to push through the noise. It took me a long, terrifying minute to identify it, to piece together the sound from the static lace fragments. It was breathing. Slow, wet, and ragged. Like the sound of a diver desperately trying to draw air through a water-filled snorkel. A sound that was both intimately biological and horribly, fundamentally wrong. And it was coming from the dead radio. I recoiled from the radio as if it were a venomous snake, scrambling backward on my hands and feet until my back hit the cold metal wall of the cabin. My mind was a frantic storm of denial. It was the wind. It had to be the wind, whistling through a crack in the bakelite casing, creating a sound that my terrified brain was misinterpreting as breathing. It was auditory pareidolia, the same phenomenon that makes people hear voices in static. I was isolated, sleep-deprived, and on edge. It was a perfectly logical explanation, but the sound was so deliberate, so hideously organic. In-out. A wet, sticky cadence that spoke of fluid-filled lungs. My headlamp beam trembled, dancing across the grimy interior of the cabin. My gaze darted from the gaping, black rectangles of the windows to the groaning door, then back to the radio in the corner. The humming continued, a low-frequency vibration that I could feel in the floorboards. And beneath it, the breathing. It didn't stop. It didn't change its rhythm. A machine of flesh, broadcasting its own grim function from a dead transmitter. I had to stop it. The thought was a primal scream in my head. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a thick, hardback book I'd brought with me, and lurched to my feet. My plan was simple and savagey: smash the damned thing to pieces. I took a step forward, raising the book over my shoulder, my knuckles white. Then a new sound cut through the static. A voice. It was little more than a whisper, distorted and guttural, as if being filtered through water and gravel. "Get out." I froze, the book held aloft. It wasn't my imagination. It was a word, clear as a funeral bell amidst the chaos. The breathing sound hitched, then resumed its sickening rhythm. My own breath was trapped in my chest, a painful, burning pressure. The voice had been low, a man's voice, ragged with what sounded like desperation. Or a warning. My survival instinct, which had been screaming at me to run since I first heard the static, was now at war with a paralyzing terror. Run where? Down 70 feet of rickety, open-air stairs in the pitch-black darkness with that thing whispering from the radio. The thought of being on those stairs, exposed and vulnerable, was somehow worse than being trapped in the cabin. At least here, there were walls. She's still here. The voice rasped again, this time with a note of something that sounded like fear. She? Who was she? A cold dread, far deeper and more potent than simple fear, began to seep into my bones. This wasn't just a random haunting. This was a story I had stumbled into the middle of. Suddenly, a loud seal-ang echoed from below, so violent and sharp it made me cry out. It was the sound of metal striking metal. It came from outside, from the stairs. My headlamp beam shot towards the door, which was still hanging slightly ajar. I listened, my ears straining against the howl of the wind and the infernal breathing from the radio. Thump, clang, thump, clang. Someone or something was climbing the tower. The sound was heavy, unhurried. Not the careful, light-footed tread of a hiker. This was a ponderous, dragging weight. A dead weight. With each metallic report, the entire tower seemed to shudder. A low vibration traveling up the steel legs and into the floor of the cabin. Panic, pure and undiluted, finally broke through my paralysis. I scrambled to the door and slammed it shut. The rusted hinge screamed in protest. There was no lock. Of course, there was no lock. I looked around wildly, my light flashing over the cot, the table, my pack. My eyes landed on the heavy, bolted-down map table in the center of the room. It was immovable. I was trapped. Thump, clang. Closer now, maybe halfway up. My mind raced. I couldn't go down. I couldn't stay here. The open windows became gaping maws, promising a fatal fall onto the rocks below. The breathing from the radio continued its relentless count, a deathbed metronome. The whispering voice had fallen silent. My eyes fell upon the map table again. The map, a faded topographical chart of the area, was covered in a fine layer of dust. But now, in the stark, direct light of my headlamp, I saw something I'd missed before. Scratched into the dusty surface, right next to the circle that marked the tower's location, were words. They were faint, written in a shaky, desperate hand. It's the singing. Don't listen to the singing. And below that, a series of hash marks, like a prisoner counting days. There were dozens of them. Clang. Louder. Near the top. Just 1 or 2 flights of stairs to go. My heart was a wild bird beating itself to death against my ribs. Singing. What singing? All I could hear was the wind and the breathing and the horrifying climb of whatever was coming for me. I backed away from the door, pressing myself into the far corner, next to the cot. I tried to make myself small, to disappear into the shadows. That's when I saw the book. It was a small, leather-bound logbook, tucked deep into the torn out stuffing of the cot's mattress, as if someone had tried to hide it. My hands shook so badly I could barely grasp it. I pulled it free. It was a standard issue Forestry Service log, dated 1962. I flipped it open. The first several pages were filled with mundane entries in neat, looping cursive. Weather observations, supply lists, notes on animal sightings. The ranger's name was Thomas Miller. Then the handwriting began to change. It grew more frantic, more jagged. The entries became shorter, more erratic. October 12th's wind won't stop. Sounds like a woman crying. October 15th saw her again by the tree line at dusk. Just a shape, Gone when I looked back. Not a bear. October 18th, the radio is acting up, picking up strange signals at night. Sounds like music. Old music. October 21st, it's singing. Comes from the woods when the fog rolls in. A lullaby. Makes my head feel full of cotton. I woke up on the floor this morning. Don't remember falling asleep. Thump. Clang. The sound was right outside now, on the platform just beyond the door. A heavy final thud, and then silence. The climbing had stopped. I held my breath, listening. The only sounds were the wind, the breathing from the radio, and the frantic pounding of my own blood in my ears. I kept reading, my eyes flying across the page. October 24th, I know she's the one singing. I see her face in my dreams. She wants me to come down. She says it's safe in the woods. She says it's warm. October 26th, I can't leave. The stairs aren't safe. I saw her at the bottom, looking up, waiting. I'm going to board up the door. I can't let the singing in. The final entry was barely legible, a desperate scrawl that tore through the paper. She's on the stairs. The radio told me. It's not a warning. It's her husband. He's trying to get to her. He can't climb. He can only drag himself up. He died in the woods looking for her. He breathes through the radio. He's trying to warn me, but he's too late. She's right outside the door. Oh God, the singing is so beautiful. The rest of the page was blank. A low scratching sound started at the door. A slow, deliberate scrape, like fingernails dragging down wood. It moved from the top of the door to the bottom, then started back up again. And then I heard it. Faintly at first, woven into the sound of the wind, but growing clearer with every passing second. A woman's voice, humming a soft, sweet, simple tune. A lullaby. It was the most beautiful, enchanting, and utterly terrifying sound I had ever heard. It seemed to bypass my ears and sink directly into my skull, making my thoughts feel slow and syrupy. The terror began to fade, replaced by a strange, drowsy sense of calm. The scratching at the door stopped. The breathing from the radio stopped. There was only the wind and the beautiful, beautiful singing. My thoughts became a murky, stagnant pool. The song. It wasn't just a sound heard by the ears. It was a sensation that seeped into every fiber of my being. A warmth that spread from my chest to my limbs, melting the rigid crust of fear into a strange serenity. The wordless lullaby was actually beautiful. It spoke of summer nights, of meadows full of fireflies, of the safety of a mother's embrace. Memories that weren't my own bloomed. In my mind, an image of a small log cabin with smoke curling from its chimney. A woman humming as she mended clothes by a warm hearth. I felt a gentle pull toward the closed door. Not a command, but a soft invitation. The idea that opening it, that hearing the song more clearly, that getting closer to the beauty, began to take root in my mind. The terror that had my heart hammering moments before now seemed distant and absurd. Why would I be afraid of something so beautiful? I got to my feet slowly, my legs heavy and sluggish, as if moving through a dream. The beam from my headlamp trembled and fell upon the map table. Thomas Miller's desperate scrawl flashed into view. Don't listen to the singing. The warning was a faint whisper in my mind, nearly drowned out by the symphony swelling around me. Her husband's voice, the wet, ragged breathing from the radio. He was trying to warn me. He died in the woods looking for her. He was bound to this place just like her, but his bond was a warning. Hers was a lure. The thought was a splash of ice water. It was painful and shocking. I recoiled, stumbling back from the door as if it were red hot. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it was useless. The song wasn't coming from outside anymore. It was inside my head. I bit my lower lip hard, tasting the coppery tang of blood. The sharp sting of pain was a momentary anchor to reality. I had to break the spell. I needed another sound, something louder, uglier, to shatter the beautiful trance. I lunged for the corner, rummaging frantically through my belongings. My hands were shaking too badly to get a grip on anything. But finally, my fingers brushed against the cool plastic of the emergency whistle clipped to a shoulder strap. I tore it free and brought it to my trembling lips. I took a huge, ragged breath and blew with all the force in my lungs. A shrill, piercing shriek tore through the cabin's serene atmosphere. It was the sound of modern panic and violence, the antithesis of the ancient, alluring song. The instant the whistle sounded, the singing stopped abruptly, as if a wire had been cut. The silence that followed was deafening, heavy and charged with malevolence. And then a scream erupted from outside the door. It was not a human sound. It was a high-pitched, furious screech of a thing that had been robbed of its prey. A deafening bang hit the door, like a heavy sack of sand being thrown against it. The old wood bowed inward, and I saw a crack splinter along the frame.
Bang!
Another one, harder this time. The rusted hinge groaned in protest. It was going to give way. I had no choice. I glanced at one of the open windows. 70 feet to the rocks below. A certain death. But staying here was also a certain death. But maybe not. I ran to the corner, grabbing my sleeping bag and the 50-foot rope I always carried for emergencies. I worked with a speed born of pure adrenaline. I tied one end of the rope to the leg of it. Down map table. I'd tested it. It wouldn't budge. I tossed the other end out the window, where it disappeared into the darkness below. Hick! A splintering sound from the door. I glanced over and saw a pale face in the crack. A woman's face. But it was twisted in such rage that it was barely human. Her eyes were empty black pits, her mouth open in a silent scream. I didn't wait. I swung myself out the window, my back to the terrifying blackness below. My feet scrambled for purchase on the narrow, rusted ledge. A gust of wind slammed into me, nearly throwing me off balance. I gripped the rope, my knuckles white, and began to rappel down. Darkness enveloped me. I could see nothing but the nearby steel frame of the tower, a faint silhouette against the slightly lightening sky. My hands burned from the friction of the rope, but I didn't dare slow down. I heard the sound of splintering wood from above, followed by that enraged shriek echoing across the valley. I descended. 20 feet, 30 feet. Then I heard a new sound, one that froze my blood. It was the familiar thump clang, the sound of a dead weight being dragged. But this time, it was coming down. I looked up and saw a large shadow appear at the edge of the top platform. It was crawling over the side, beginning to move down the stairs not far from me. It was the husband, his broken form, coming for his wife. I descended faster, my panic making me clumsy. The rope tore at my palms, drawing blood, but I didn't care. I had to get to the ground. Finally, my feet hit solid earth. I collapsed in a heap, letting go of the rope with my raw, bleeding hands. I looked back up at the tower. The first light of dawn was breaking, allowing me to see the horrific tableau more clearly. The woman stood in the shattered window, staring down at me with those empty eyes. And the mangled form of her husband was slowly dragging itself down the stairs, less than 30 feet away from me. I scrambled to my feet and I ran. I ran like I have never run before in my life. I didn't bother with the trail. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face and arms, but I felt no pain. Her scream followed me, a sound of loss and hatred that will haunt me for the rest of my days. I don't know how long I ran. Eventually, I stumbled out onto the dirt track that led to my car. I crawled the last few feet on my hands and knees, fumbling in my pocket for my keys with trembling fingers. I got the engine started and slammed the accelerator to the floor, tires spitting gravel as I fled that cursed place. I've never been back to the Appalachian Mountains. It's been 6 years, but that night is still lodged in my memory like a shard of broken glass. Sometimes, on quiet nights, when the wind blows through the window just right, I think I can hear it. A faint, distant lullaby. And I know she's still there, in that tower, singing in the dark, waiting for the next traveler, lost and lonely enough to hear her call. My name is Leo Vance, and I've always been drawn to places that have been forgotten. Not ruins in the classical sense, not grand castles or ancient cities, but the more recent leavings of humanity. The abandoned diners on desert highways, the schools with books still open on desks, and my personal favorite, the lonely fire towers that stand like skeletal sentinels over vast, indifferent wilderness. I'm a photographer by trade, but a historian of the obsolete by passion. I seek the silence of these places, the stories whispered by the peeling paint and rusting metal. The old Kincaid Tower in the Appalachian Mountains had been calling to me for months. Decommissioned in the late 70s, it was a relic from an era before satellites and drones took over the lonely vigil of watching for smoke. The online forums for explorers like myself spoke of it in hushed, reverent tones. The hike was brutal, they said. A barely their trail that would test your resolve. But the reward was unparalleled. A 3D 60-degree view from a glass-walled cabin 100 feet in the air. A place where you could touch the clouds and watch the world unfold beneath you. And, most importantly for me, it was utterly isolated. The perfect place to spend a night, to capture the transition from the golden hour of sunset to the diamond, sharp clarity of the Milky Way. Far from the light pollution that plagued my city life. I spent a week preparing. I packed my best gear, my full-frame camera, a selection of lenses, a heavy-duty tripod, and enough batteries to last a weekend. My pack was heavy, filled with dehydrated meals, a sub-zero sleeping bag, a gallon of water, and the usual survival essentials. I was no novice to the backcountry. I'd hiked segments of the Pacific Crest Trail. I'd camped in the Rockies in late autumn. I respected the wild, but I didn't fear it. I felt a kinship with it, a sense of coming home. The drive to the trailhead was long, the paved roads giving way to gravel, then to a rutted dirt track that my SUV barely tolerated. I parked near a rusted gate, the official start of the trail long since swallowed by the forest. The air that greeted me as I stepped out of the car was exactly what I'd been craving. It was late afternoon, and the Appalachian air was crisp and clean, tinged with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, resinous perfume of pine. It was the smell of life, of a world breathing, and I took it in deeply, feeling the city's grime wash out of my lungs. The first few hours of the hike were strenuous but beautiful. The forest was a cathedral of greens and browns, sunlight filtering through the canopy in shifting, ethereal beams. The trail was indeed faint, more a suggestion than a path, and I relied heavily on my GPS. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of my boots on the forest floor, the frantic chatter of a squirrel, and the occasional cry of a hawk circling high above. This was the solitude I had come for. This was peace. As the sun began to dip lower, casting long shadows that stretched like grasping fingers across the mountainside, the terrain grew steeper. My legs burned, and my breath came in ragged clouds. Finally, through a break in the trees, I saw it. The Kincaid Tower. It stood on the summit of the ridge, a stark, geometric silhouette against the softening sky. Even from a distance, it looked impossibly tall. A fragile structure of weathered wood and corroded steel perched on four spindly legs. It didn't look majestic, it looked precarious, like a child's forgotten toy, waiting for a gust of wind to send it toppling down the mountainside. The final push to the base was grueling. When I finally stood beneath it, craning my neck to look up, a wave of vertigo washed over me. The tower groaned softly in the wind, a low, mournful sound. The wooden stairs spiraled up one of the legs, looking terrifyingly frail. Many of the steps were missing, and the ones that remained were slick with moss. This was the final filter, the last test. I took a deep breath, secured my pack, and began to climb. Each step was a prayer. The wood creaked and moaned under my weight. The wind picked up, whistling through the gaps in the structure and trying to peel my fingers from the rusty handrails. I didn't look down. I focused on the step in front of me, then the next, my world shrinking to a small circle of concentration. After what felt like an eternity, my hand closed around the solid metal of the catwalk. I hauled myself over the edge, my body trembling with adrenaline and exhaustion. But the view was worth it all. The cabin was a single square room, enclosed on all four sides by windows, many of them cracked or hazed with age. A simple metal cot was folded against one wall, and in the center stood the firefinder, a large, circular map of the surrounding terrain under glass, with a rotating sighting mechanism. I dropped my pack with a heavy thud and walked the perimeter of the catwalk, my camera already in my hand. The world was spread out below me like a rumpled green blanket. Wave after wave of mountains rolled away to the horizon, their peaks glowing orange and purple in the dying light. I felt like the only person left on Earth. It was magnificent. As the last sliver of the sun disappeared, I went inside and began to set up my camp. I unpacked my sleeping bag onto the cot, arranged my cooking stove, and set up my tripod in the corner that offered the best view of the coming stars. The temperature was dropping quickly, but inside the cabin, I was sheltered from the wind. I felt safe, secure, the master of my own tiny kingdom in the sky. And then, as the deep twilight settled, the smell hit me. It wasn't a gradual scent. It arrived with the suddenness of a switched-on light. One moment, the air was filled with the clean, cold scent of the high altitudes. The next, the cabin was filled with a stench so foul, so visceral, it made me gag. It was the smell of old, wet meat. Not just any meat. It was the specific, unforgettable odor of a butcher's shop that had lost power for a week in the middle of a heat wave. It was a thick, cloying, coppery smell of rot and decay, so strong it made my eyes water and the back of my throat burn. My first thought was rational. An animal. A bear must have dragged a kill somewhere near the base of the tower. Or perhaps a deer had fallen from a nearby ledge, and its body had ruptured. I grabbed my powerful flashlight and went to each window, shining the beam down into the darkness below. The light cut a sharp cone through the night, illuminating the trees and rocks directly beneath the tower. I saw nothing. No mangled carcass. No sign of a predator. Nothing out of place. I stood there for a long time, scanning the darkness, my heart thumping a little faster than before. The smell didn't waver. It was a constant oppressive presence in the small room. It was inside with me. I checked my own pack. A paranoid thought flashing through my mind that maybe some food had gone bad, but everything was sealed and dry. The smell wasn't coming from my gear. It was coming from outside, or so I hoped. The sheer wrongness of it began to unnerve me. The scent was too concentrated to be drifting from a distance. It felt localized, as if the source was right here. Yet, I was 100 feet in the air. How could a smell like that, the smell of a large, decaying animal, be so potent up here, and yet have no visible source below? The smell lingered for what must have been an hour. A suffocating blanket that ruined the beauty of the star-filled sky. I had lost my appetite. The thought of food was nauseating. I sat on the cot, my flashlight in my hand, just listening to the wind. And then, as quickly and inexplicably as it had arrived, it vanished. The air was instantly clean again. The pure, cold scent of the mountain night rushed back in, and the foul odor was gone, leaving only the ghost of it in my memory. The sudden absence was almost as disturbing as its presence. I tried to rationalize it. A bizarre pocket of air, a thermal inversion carrying the scent up from a valley. It had to be something natural. It had to be. Shaken, but determined not to let it ruin my trip, I finally crawled into my sleeping bag, pulling it up to my chin. The cabin was pitch black now, save for the faint starlight painting the windows. I was exhausted. My eyes drifted shut. Just as I was hovering on the edge of sleep, in that quiet space between consciousness and dream, I heard it. A sound from below. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the groaning of old wood. It was a distinct, rhythmic noise. A scratching sound coming from one of the massive wooden stilts that held me aloft in the sky. It was a slow, deliberate drag, the sound of something sharp and heavy being pulled methodically across the grain of the wood. Scrape, pause. Scrape, pause. It was far below me, but in the absolute silence of the night, it was as clear as if it were right outside the door. My eyes snapped open in the darkness. Every muscle in my body went rigid. I held my breath, straining to listen. The scratching stopped. The only sound was the frantic, hammering beat of my own heart. Sleep was no longer an option. The only thing I could do was lie there, paralyzed in the dark, and wait for the scratching to start again. Time ceased to have meaning. I lay perfectly still in the oppressive darkness of the cabin, every nerve ending screaming. My sleeping bag felt less like a protective cocoon and more like a burial shroud. The silence that followed the scratching was a living entity, a heavy blanket that smothered all other senses, forcing me to focus on the frantic thumping in my chest. My ears strained, trying to parse every groan of the old tower, separating the familiar complaints of wind, stressed wood from something else, something intentional. My mind, desperate for a foothold in logic, raced through a list of possibilities. A porcupine, maybe. They were known to gnaw on wood. But could a porcupine make a sound that deliberate, that rhythmic? And could it be heard so clearly from 100 feet below? What about a bear? A large black bear rubbing its back against the support beam, trying to scratch an itch. It was plausible. It was a comforting thought, a natural explanation that would allow my heart rate to return to something resembling normal. I clung to that idea like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. It's a bear, just a big, dumb bear. But the memory of the smell returned. Unbidden, that thick, gag-inducing stench of putrefaction. Bears smelled, sure, but not like that. That was the smell of death on a grand scale, and it had been in the cabin with me. The two events, the smell and the scratching, felt linked, two parts of a story I didn't want to understand. After what felt like an hour of taut, nerve-shredding silence, I knew I couldn't just lie there. Fear was a poison, and inaction was letting it seep deeper into my veins. I needed to see. I needed to confirm the bear theory. Slowly, painstakingly, I unzipped my sleeping bag, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the tiny room. I slid my feet onto the cold floor, my movements stiff and robotic. My hand found the reassuring weight of my heavy-duty flashlight. My plan was simple: shine the light down again, do a more thorough sweep of the base. But as I moved towards the windows, a fresh wave of fear crashed over me. The cabin was a glass box. I was exposed on all sides. While I could look out, something could also look in. The thought of my flashlight beam attracting unwanted attention from whatever was lurking in the darkness below was paralyzing. Even worse was the idea of going out onto the catwalk. The thought of stepping outside, with only a rickety metal rail between me and the 100-foot drop, while that thing was somewhere below. It was unthinkable. I compromised. I stayed inside, moving cautiously from window to window, keeping my body low. I pointed the flashlight beam downwards, trying to angle it through the glass to illuminate the base of the support pillars. The beam cut through the darkness, but the glass reflected much of the light back at me, creating a frustrating glare. I could see patches of ground, rocks, the dark trunks of trees, but I couldn't see the massive wooden stilts themselves. They were in a blind spot directly beneath me. It was useless. Defeated. I switched off the light and retreated to the center of the room, my back against the cold metal of the finder map table. It felt like the most defensible position, equidistant from all the glass walls. I sat there, knees pulled to my chest, and just listened, and then the scratching started again. This time it was different. It wasn't coming from the base of the tower. It was higher. It was on the stairs. Ape Creek. It was the same dragging, gouging sound, but now it was punctuated by the unmistakable protest of the old wooden steps. A slow, heavy weight was ascending the spiral staircase. My blood ran cold. The bear theory evaporated into the night air. No bear climbed stairs. This was methodical. This was purposeful. This was something coming up. For me, the sound was agonizingly slow. Each scrape of whatever sharp thing it was using, each groan of a step taking its weight, was a turn of the screw, tightening the knot of terror in my stomach. I could track its progress in my mind's eye. 10 feet up, 20, 30. The sound grew infinitesimally louder, clearer. I could almost hear a third sound now, a wet, dragging noise, like a heavy, soaked sack being pulled along with it. My gaze shot to the floor. In the center of the room, not 5 feet from where I was sitting, was the square outline of the trapdoor. The only way in or out. It was my only defense. I scrambled over to it on my hands and knees. It was a simple, heavy wooden door, flush with the floor, with a recessed metal ring to lift it. There was no lock, no bolt. Nothing to secure it from being pushed open from below. Panic gave me a surge of adrenaline. I looked around the room wildly. My pack. It was heavy. I dragged it over and heaved it onto the trapdoor. It wasn't enough. The tripod. My heavy-duty photography tripod. I grabbed it, collapsed the legs, and wedged it, along with my folded metal cot, against the pack, trying to create a clumsy, desperate barricade. It was a pathetic defense. If whatever was coming up the stairs had the strength to climb 100 feet, it would have the strength to push this junk aside with ease. But it was all I could do. Scryape Creek, 70 feet. 80. It was getting closer. The air in the cabin grew thick, heavy. I could feel the vibrations through the floor now, a faint tremor with each step it took. And then the smell returned. It seeped up through the floorboards, that same foul, meaty stench of decay, but 100 times stronger than before. It was suffocating. An invisible, toxic cloud filling the small space. I retched, covering my mouth and nose with the sleeve of my jacket, my eyes streaming. The smell was its herald. It was right outside. The scratching stopped. The silence that descended was absolute and terrifying. It was directly below me now, on the catwalk, just outside the trapdoor. I held my breath, my entire being focused on the flimsy pile of gear I had placed on the door. I waited for the wood to splinter. I waited for my pathetic barricade to be thrown across the room. Nothing. Just silence. And the god-awful smell. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Why wasn't it doing anything? Was it listening? Was it waiting? Then came a new sound. A soft, wet thump against the underside of the floor, right next to the trapdoor. It was followed by another. Thump. Thump. It wasn't a violent sound. It was a soft, exploratory bumping, the sound of a head or a shoulder pressing against the wood. It was testing the structure. It was thinking. I shuffled backwards on my hands and knees, away from the trapdoor, until my back hit the far wall. I couldn't take my eyes off it. I imagined the wood bulging upwards, splintering to reveal. What? I didn't want to know. I squeezed my eyes shut, but the image was seared onto the inside of my eyelids. The bumping stopped. The night fell silent once more, save for the low moan of the wind and my own ragged, shallow breathing. But it was still there. I knew it. I could feel it. A presence, heavy and malevolent, just inches away, separated only by a few planks of aging wood. The rest of the night was a waking nightmare. I did not sleep. I did not move from my corner. I sat there, shivering uncontrollably from both cold and fear, my flashlight held in a white, knuckled grip, pointed at the trapdoor. Every gust of wind that rattled the windows was it, trying to break the glass. Every creak of the tower was it, shifting its weight on the catwalk. The hours crawled by with agonizing slowness, each second a new victory, each minute a fresh hell. Finally, after an age of darkness, I saw the first hint of change. A faint, grayish blue line appeared on the eastern horizon. Dawn, the promise of the sun, of safety, of an end to this torment. As the light grew, slowly illuminating the interior of the cabin, the oppressive stench began to fade. Just like the night before, it thinned out, dissipated, and then vanished completely, leaving only the clean, cold mountain air. I stayed huddled in my corner until the sun had fully risen, bathing the cabin in the warm, reassuring light of morning. The world outside was vibrant with color and life again. It felt impossible that such terror could have existed here just a few hours ago. My fear began to recede, replaced by a bone, deep exhaustion, and a desperate, burning need to be gone. With trembling limbs, I stood up and began to dismantle my foolish barricade. I moved the cot, the tripod, my pack. I stood over the trapdoor, my heart pounding once more. I had to know. I had to see. Taking a deep breath, I hooked my fingers into the metal ring and pulled. The door was heavy, but it lifted. I peered over the edge, down onto the catwalk below. It was empty. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost made my knees buckle. It was gone. It was all in my head. A nightmare brought on by exhaustion and isolation. But then I saw them. Carved into the wooden planks of the catwalk, right in front of where the trapdoor had been, were 3 deep, parallel gouges. They were a foot long and had splintered the wood deeply, as if an immense weight had been behind them. And smeared in and around the scratches was a thick, dark, syrupy liquid. It was the color of dried blood, but it had a greasy, iridescent sheen. And even from where I stood, I could smell it. A faint, lingering trace of copper and rot. My stomach lurched. This was real. It had been here. And now, my only way out was to descend the same stairs that it had climbed. I scrambled back, away from the opening, my mind reeling. I was 100 feet up, trapped in a cage, and the monster was somewhere in the forest below. And it knew I was here. The sunlight brought no safety, only mockery. The warm, golden light that flooded the glass cabin banished the shadows, but sharpened the horrifying truth carved into the wooden planks of the catwalk outside. The 3 gouges were proof, the signature of a creature beyond my comprehension. I wasn't crazy. I hadn't been dreaming. I was a mouse in a cage 100 feet high, and down below, in the dense woods, the hunter was waiting. The first hour of dawn passed in a numb haze. I moved like an automaton, packing my belongings into my backpack with trembling hands. Every action was driven by a single purpose: escape. But how? There was only one way down, the same spiral staircase that it had climbed. To step out onto that catwalk felt like a willing surrender. I spent the next hour scouting the forest, below from each of the tower's windows, using my camera's zoom lens as a morbid periscope. I scanned the tree line, searching for any unnatural movement, for a shadow that didn't belong. I saw nothing. The forest below was still and grotesquely beautiful. Its tranquility was the cruelest lie, a verdant blanket hiding an abomination. The thought of spending another night here was utterly impossible. I would rather die than listen to that slow, scraping ascent in the dark again. I had to go now, while the sun was at its apex, while the light was at its brightest. I prayed that this creature was nocturnal, that it hunted in the dark and shunned the day. It was a flimsy hope, but it was the only one I had. At high noon, I made my decision. I shouldered my pack. Its weight, which should have been reassuring, felt like an anchor that would drag me down. I walked to the trapdoor, took a deep, painful breath, and pulled it open. Sunlight hit the catwalk, making the scratches and the black, viscous fluid gleam. The faint, sweet smell of rot still lingered in the air. Taking that first step out of the cabin and onto the catwalk was the hardest thing I've ever done. I half expected the planks to collapse, or for a monstrous hand to shoot up from beneath and grab my ankle. Nothing happened. I stood there, frozen at the top of the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs. I forced myself to look down. The spiral staircase looked like the skeleton of some great serpent, coiling its way down to the forest floor. I began my descent. Slow and deliberate, my hands clamped onto the rusty metal handrails in a white, knuckled grip. Every sound made me flinch. The whistle of the wind, the creak of wood under my boots. It all sounded like the beginning of a chase. I went down backwards, unable to take my eyes off the forest ahead. Scanning frantically, expecting something to burst from the trees at any moment. The 100 steps felt like 1,000. Finally, my boots touched solid ground. I had never been so grateful for the simple fact of gravity in my life. But the relief was fleeting. I was in its territory now. The height that had been my cage was now a safety I longed for. I stood for a moment beside one of the tower's wooden legs, listening for any sound that would tell me I wasn't alone. I heard only the frantic drumming of my own heart in my ears. There was no time for the trail. I had to be fast. I turned my back on the tower and I ran. I ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth, branches snagging at my clothes and whipping my face. I didn't care. I just ran, heading in the general direction where I remembered my SUV was parked. The forest became a green and brown blur. I vaulted over fallen logs, skidded on damp leaves, and stumbled more times than I could count. Each time I fell, I scrambled back up with a fresh surge of panic. I could feel eyes on me. It was a physical sensation, a pressure on the back of my neck. It was watching. It was following. Then I heard it, the sharp snap of a twig behind me. Distant, but terrifyingly close. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, adrenaline dulling the exhaustion. The sound came again, closer this time. I risked a single, fleeting glance over my shoulder, and I saw it. It was not a bear. It was nothing I had ever seen or read about. It moved between the trees, a great, distorted silhouette. It was unnaturally tall and gaunt, its limbs too long, moving at angles that suggested broken joints. Its skin was the pale white of fungus, mottled with patches of dirt and the same dark fluid I'd seen on the catwalk. It had no discernible face, just deep, shadowed hollows where its eyes and mouth should have been. But the most horrifying thing was the way it moved. It didn't run. It flowed over the forest floor with a silent, terrifying speed, like smoke carried on the wind. A scream lodged in my throat. All thought vanished, replaced by a raw, primal need to survive. My pack, it was too heavy. I shrugged out of the straps, letting it fall to the forest floor. My camera, my passion, all my gear. It meant nothing to one more second of life. Unburdened, I ran faster. I abandoned all sense of direction and simply fled from the horror behind me. My own gasping breaths were deafening in the woods. I could hear it closing in, a wet, dragging sound in a dry, rasping breath like dead leaves skittering across pavement. Suddenly, I burst into a clearing. I recognized the rusted gate. My SUV! It was there, a symbol of civilization and safety that seemed a million miles away. I sprinted the last few yards, my legs threatening to buckle. I fumbled in my pocket for the keys, my fingers numb and clumsy. I reached the vehicle just as the sounds of pursuit reached the edge of the trees. I jammed the key at the lock, missed, pulled it back, and tried again. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold it. A loud crack echoed behind me as a branch snapped. I didn't dare look. The key finally found the hole. I twisted. The door unlocked. I threw myself into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut. I turned the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered and died. No, 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 I screamed in desperation. I turned the key again. As the engine caught, I glanced in the side view mirror. It stood at the edge of the forest watching me. It was perfectly still, a tall, hideous figure silhouetted against the green. The hollows of its face seemed to drink the light. It raised one of its long arms, and I saw what had made the scratches. Tipping its fingers were long, yellowed bones like claws. stained with black fluid and splinters from the tower. The engine roared to life. I slammed my foot on the accelerator. The tires spun on the dirt for a moment before catching. The SUV lurched forward. I didn't look back again. I drove like a madman down the rutted dirt track, not caring if I destroyed the suspension. I don't know how long I drove. I have no memory of reaching the paved road. My entire recollection of that time is a blur of terror. I didn't stop until my gas tank was nearly empty and I was in a brightly lit town hundreds of miles away. I never went back for my camera. I've never told this story to anyone. Who would believe me? They would say I was exhausted, that my imagination ran away with me. But I know the truth. I visited a forgotten place and found the reason it was left alone. I went seeking silence and found that the silence has a voice, and it knew my name. I understand now that there are things in this world that are ancient and hungry, and the places they inhabit are best left undisturbed. My memories of Kincaid Tower aren't in photographs, but burned as scars upon my soul, a chilling reminder that when you gaze into the abyss, sometimes it gazes back. You could say that I am a connoisseur of solitude. My name is Grace, and for the better part of a decade, my passion has been seeking out the abandoned. Sentinels of the American wilderness, the fire lookout towers. There's a unique brand of peace you can only find 100 feet above the forest floor, encased in a glass, walled cabin, with a sea of green stretching to every horizon. It's a peace born from isolation, a quiet communion with the vast, untamed world. I'd spent countless nights in these steel skeletons, from the Cascades in Washington to Gila National Forest in New Mexico. I was intimately familiar with their language. The groan of aging steel under a persistent wind, the rattle of a loose pane of glass, the lonely cry of a hawk circling below. I wasn't an adrenaline junkie, I was a tranquility seeker. And I had never, in all my years, felt anything but profound peace in those high, lonely places. Until the night I spent at the old Chestnut Ridge Tower in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. The tower wasn't on any official maps for rental or even designated trails. It was a relic, decommissioned in the late 1970s and left to the mercy of the elements. I'd found its location through a forum for fellow tower enthusiasts. Barely their pin on a topographical map, accompanied by a single, cryptic comment. She's still standing, but she's not empty. I dismissed it as poetic flair. To me, not empty meant it was full of history, of the ghosts of long gone rangers who'd spent their summers scanning for smoke. I was, of course, tragically naive. The hike-in was arduous, a grueling 8-mile ascent that was more of a suggestion than a trail. The path was choked with rhododendron and fallen logs, and twice I had to backtrack, my compass and GPS my only reliable guides. The air grew thinner, cooler. The sounds of the lower forest, the chirping of unseen birds, the rustle of squirrels, faded away, replaced by the whisper of the wind through the high pines. There was a palpable sense of remoteness, a feeling of stepping back in time. The Appalachian Mountains have an ancient, heavy presence. You feel it in the moss-covered rocks that look like sleeping giants and the gnarled, twisted trees that seem to watch you pass. It's a beautiful but somber landscape, one that commands respect. I first saw the tower through a break in the trees, a stark, rust-colored needle against a bruised purple sky. It stood on the very precipice of the ridge, a skeletal finger pointing at the heavens. It was taller than most, maybe 120 feet, and the years had not been kind. Rust streaked its galvanized steel legs like dried blood. Several steps on the lower flights of stairs were missing entirely, forcing me to haul myself and my heavy pack up using the handrails. With each upward step, the world expanded. The dense forest canopy fell away, revealing rolling waves of mountains, fading into hazy blue and gray layers in the distance. The wind, a mere whisper on the ground, was a living thing up here. It pushed and pulled at me, a constant, invisible pressure. By the time I reached the top platform and wrestled with the corroded lock on the cabin door, my arms and legs were trembling with fatigue. The cabin was a perfect time capsule. A small, built-in cot was folded against one wall. A rusty wood, burning stove stood in the corner, and a circular table with a map of the surrounding area bolted to its surface occupied the center. The map, faded and water-stained, was a ghost of a bygone era. The glass panes of cabin were surprisingly intact, though grimy with decades of dust. I spent an hour cleaning, sweeping away mouse droppings and wiping down the glass, claiming the space as my own. As the sun began its final descent, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and pink, I felt that familiar, profound sense of peace settle over me. This was why I did this. To be here, at the top of the world, a silent witness to its raw, unfiltered beauty. I made a simple dinner on my camp stove and sat at the central table, watching the last vestiges of light bleed from the sky. The first stars began to prick the deepening indigo dome above. Then came the wind. It started as a low moan, a mournful sound that seemed to rise from the valleys themselves. Soon, it was a full, throated howl, a physical force that struck the tower in great, shuddering gusts. The entire structure began to sway. This was the part that unnerved most people, but to me, it was a lullaby. The towers were designed to flex, to move with the wind, not resist it. The creaks and groans were the sounds of a well-designed machine doing its job. I rolled out my sleeping bag on the cot, pulled a book from my pack, and settled in, feeling snug and secure in my glass cage, rocking gently in the arms of the storm. The wind was a wild orchestra, and I was in the best seat in the house. I must have dozed off, because I awoke with a start, my book lying open on my chest. The wind was still raging, a constant, deafening roar. But there was another sound now, a sound that didn't belong. Thump. It was heavy, solid, and it had come from directly above my head. My heart hammered against my ribs. I lay perfectly still, straining my ears against the gale. Probably just a branch, I told myself, my rational mind scrambling for an explanation. A large branch torn from a nearby tree and thrown against the roof by the wind. It was plausible. Unlikely, given the tower's height above the tree line, but plausible. I took a deep breath, trying to slow my racing pulse. Thump, thump, thump. This was not a branch. This was not the wind. This was the sound of footsteps. They were heavy, deliberate, and impossibly, they were on the roof of the cabin. I squeezed my eyes shut, a cold dread seeping into my bones. It made no sense. The cabin was the absolute apex of the tower. There was nothing above it but a pointed metal roof and a lightning rod. There was no platform, no walkway, no place for anything or anyone to stand, let alone walk. Yet the footsteps continued. They moved with a slow, measured pace, from one end of the small, square roof to the other. A short pause, and then back again. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was deep and resonant, each footfall vibrating through the metal structure and into my cot, into my very bones. My mind reeled. An animal, A bear? A mountain lion? No. Absolutely not. No animal that large could have scaled 120 feet of sheer, narrow steel latticework, especially not in this wind. And the gait was wrong. It was methodical, rhythmic. It was the sound of something bipedal, something that walked like a man. I slowly, carefully, pushed myself up, my sleeping bag rustling like dry leaves. The wind shrieked, momentarily masking the sound, and a sliver of hope ignited in my chest. Please, just be the wind. Please let me have imagined it. But as the gust died down, the sound returned, clearer and more undeniable than before. Thump, thump, thump. It was directly over me now, pacing back and forth on a roof that could not be walked upon in a storm, 120 feet in the air, in the dead of the Appalachian night. The peace I had so cherished was shattered, replaced by a primal, suffocating terror. I was not alone in my high, lonely place, and whatever was with me was walking on the ceiling. Time ceased to have meaning. It stretched and compressed, each second an eternity, each minute a fleeting moment of pure, unadulterated fear. I remained frozen on the cot, a statue carved from ice, my entire being focused on the relentless, impossible footsteps above. Thump, thump, thump. They were a metronome marking the beat of my own frantic heart. The wind howled its furious symphony outside, rattling the glass panes in their frames. But that sound, once a comfort, was now just background noise to the intimate horror unfolding inches above my head. My mind, in a desperate act of self-preservation, cycled through every rational explanation it could conjure and systematically dismantled each one. A loose piece of equipment, a broken antenna. No, the sound was too heavy, the rhythm too perfect. It was the deliberate tread of something with weight, with purpose. My thoughts kept circling back to the image of a person. A large man, pacing in the heart of the tempest on a slick, sloped metal roof that offered no purchase. It was a fantasy, a physical impossibility, and yet the sound persisted, a direct contradiction to the laws of physics and common sense. I clutched the thin material of my sleeping bag, my knuckles white. My gaze was locked on the ceiling, a dark, oppressive plane in the faint moonlight that filtered through the storm clouds. I could almost visualize the weight of each footstep, causing the metal to depress, to strain. The tower swayed, a motion I had always found soothing, but now it felt like being rocked by a malevolent giant. Was the swaying just the wind? Or was the weight of the thing above contributing to it, a monstrous pendulum shifting its balance back and forth? Then, the pacing stopped. The abrupt silence was somehow more terrifying than the noise it replaced. I held my breath, my ears straining, every nerve ending alight with anticipation. The howl of the wind filled the void, but it felt empty. For a solid minute, there was nothing but the storm. A wild, desperate hope surged through me. It's gone. Whatever it was, the wind blew it off. It fell. The image of a body tumbling 120 feet into the darkness below should have been horrifying, but in that moment, it was my most fervent wish. The wish died a swift and brutal death. A new sound began. It was a low, grating scrape. Scrape-a-scrape. It was the sound of metal on metal. It was slow, deliberate, and it was coming from the center of the roof. My blood ran cold as I realized what was there. The maintenance hatch. A small, square metal plate, bolted shut from the outside, that allowed rangers access to the roof for repairs. Something was scraping at the edges of the hatch. It wasn't just passing by. It wasn't just taking shelter. It knew I was in here, and it was trying to get a better look. Or worse. Panic, sharp and electrifying, finally broke my paralysis. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, my bare feet hitting the cold floorboards with a soft thud. I had to do something, flee. The thought was insane. Climbing down that treacherous, skeletal staircase in the dark, in a gale-force wind with missing steps, it was suicide. But staying here, trapped in a glass box with something monstrous trying to peel back the lid, that felt like an execution. The scraping stopped. Again? The silence descended, heavy and pregnant with threat. I stood in the middle of the small cabin, my arms wrapped around myself, turning slowly, my eyes darting to each of the glass walls. The world outside was a maelstrom of darkness and churning gray clouds. I was completely, utterly exposed. From the catwalk that encircled the cabin, anyone or anything could peer in, their face pressed against the glass. My gaze fell upon the heavy wood, burning stove in the corner. Next to it was a small pile of firewood and a cast iron poker. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it was heavy. It was real. I snatched it up, its weight a small, cold comfort in my trembling hands. I was no longer just prey. Now I was armed prey. The footsteps started again, but they had moved. They were no longer on the roof. Thump, clank. Thump, clank. They were on the catwalk, the metal walkway that wrapped around my glass prison. It was circling me. The sound was different now. The heavy thud on the floorboards of the walkway, followed by the metallic clank of the railing. It was moving slowly, deliberately, making a full circuit of the cabin. I followed the sound, turning in a slow circle, the iron poker held out in front of me. I was a fish in a bowl, and a shark was circling. My breath hitched in my throat. I could see nothing through the grime-streaked glass, but the reflection of my own terrified face and the dim interior of the cabin. The entity outside was a ghost, a phantom made of sound and weight. As it passed each corner of the tower, the structure would groan and dip slightly in that direction, a testament to its incredible mass. Then, directly in front of the door, the footsteps stopped. I stood facing the door, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The door was old, wooden, but reinforced with a steel plate. The lock was a heavy, rusted deadbolt that I had struggled to turn. It was the only part of my sanctuary that wasn't transparent. The only thing between us that I couldn't see through. For a long moment, there was absolute stillness. The wind itself seemed to hold its breath. The silence was a physical pressure, building in my ears, making my head swim. I could feel its presence on the other side of that door. A palpable, malevolent weight. I imagined it standing there, head cocked, listening. Could it hear my heart? Could it smell my fear? A new smell did, in fact, begin to permeate the cabin. It was faint at first, easily dismissed as a trick of my panicked mind. But it grew stronger, cutting through the sterile scent of old metal and dust. It was a damp, earthy smell. The smell of a freshly dug grave, of wet soil and decay, of things that should have stayed buried. It was a smell of profound wrongness. And then, the doorknob began to turn. It moved with agonizing slowness. A faint, high-pitched squeal of rusted metal protesting the movement. My eyes were glued to the brass knob, watching it rotate degree by agonizing degree. I saw the internal mechanism of the lock, visible from my side, shift. The deadbolt, my only protection, held firm. Click. The knob reached its limit. The latch was disengaged, but the deadbolt was home. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the door was pulled hard. It slammed against the deadbolt with a shuddering boom, that echoed through the entire tower. The poker nearly fell from my numb fingers. Boom. Another violent slam, harder this time. The wooden frame around the door splintered. Boom! It was trying to break the door down. The sheer, brute force was terrifying. This was not an animal. This was not the wind. This was a direct, intelligent, and incredibly powerful assault. I backed away, step by step, until my back hit the cold glass of the opposite wall. I could go no further. I could only watch the door, the only solid thing in my glass world, threaten to splinter and fail, letting the storm and the impossible thing within it come inside. Boom! The impact sent a spiderweb of cracks, racing through the wood around the deadbolt. The entire frame groaned in protest. I was no longer screaming. The sound was trapped in my throat, a strangled knot of pure terror. The iron poker felt as useless as a toothpick. I was a cornered animal. My back pressed so hard against the cold glass, I thought it might shatter from the pressure of my own fear. The smell of damp earth and decay was overpowering now, thick and cloying, filling the small space like a toxic fog.
Boom! Crack!
A large piece of the door jamb splintered and fell to the floor. Through the newly formed gap, I saw a sliver of the world outside. Not the churning gray clouds, but something dark and solid. A patch of impenetrable blackness that blocked the storm. It was pressed right up against the door. My mind refused to process what I was seeing. It was just a void. Then, as suddenly as it began, the assault stopped. The silence that rushed in was deafening, broken only by my own ragged gasps and the ceaseless howl of the wind. I stood frozen, my eyes wide, fixed on the damaged door. My ears strained, listening for the footsteps on the catwalk, for any sign that it had given up and moved away. But there was nothing. Just the wind and that suffocating, grave-like smell. This was worse. The violence was terrifying, but at least I knew where it was, what it was doing. This silence was a canvas onto which my imagination painted horrors far worse than a splintering door. Was it studying the lock? Was it searching for another, weaker point of entry? Was it simply waiting, enjoying my terror? A soft tap, tap, tap on the glass pane to my right made me flinch so violently, I nearly dropped the poker. I whipped my head around. There was nothing there but my own reflection, pale and ghostly in the dim light. The wind, I told myself, my voice a silent, trembling prayer. Just the wind throwing sleet against the glass. Then came a sound that was not a tap. It was a slow, wet squealage. The sound of skin, or something like it, being dragged across the glass. It started at the top of the pane and moved downwards, leaving a faint, greasy smear in its wake. I watched, mesmerized with horror, as the smear grew, a translucent trail left by an unseen thing. My gaze followed the sound as it moved to the next pane of glass, and the next. Squeege. It was circling the cabin again, but this time it was touching the walls, testing them. Feeling for a weakness. I was trapped in a specimen jar, and a giant, unseen hand was probing the glass, deciding where to break it. When the sound reached the pane directly behind me, I forced myself to move, stumbling forward towards the center of the room. I turned to face the glass I had just been leaning against. The slow, dragging sound continued, and then a shape began to resolve out of the darkness. At first, it was just a distortion, a patch of the night that was blacker than the rest. But then it pressed closer, and I saw the form of a hand. But it was not a human hand. It was enormous, the fingers too long, too thin, like the branches of a dead tree. There were too many joints, bending at unnatural angles. There was no skin, only a dark, glistening surface that seemed to drink the light. It pressed against the glass, and the thick pane creaked. Bowing inward under the impossible pressure, I could see the whorls and patterns on its fingertips, alien and grotesque. That was the moment my survival instinct finally overpowered my paralysis. The door was broken, but the deadbolt had held. The glass was now the target, and it would not hold for long. The staircase was suicide, but staying here was a certainty of death. I had one chance, and it was a desperate, insane gamble. With a guttural cry that was torn from the very depths of my soul, I ran at the door. I didn't use the knob. I slammed my shoulder into the splintered wood, adding my own force to the damage already done. The deadbolt, still engaged, was the pivot point. With a final, agonized shriek of tearing metal and splintering wood, the lock ripped free from the frame. The door flew open, swinging outward into the storm. I didn't hesitate. I didn't look. I plunged out onto the catwalk and into the full, staggering force of the wind. It was a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. Rain, hard and cold as ice pellets, struck my face. I dropped the useless poker. It clanged once on the metal walkway and was gone, swallowed by the wind and the darkness. I turned right, away from where I had last heard the scraping, and ran. My bare feet slapped against the slick, freezing metal. My only thought was the stairs. Get to the stairs. I rounded the first corner of the cabin, the wind trying to peel me from the tower. Behind me, I heard a sound that would haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. It was a low, guttural roar of fury and surprise, a sound that was part animal, part something else entirely. It was followed by the groaning of the entire tower as an immense weight shifted, moving with terrifying speed. It was coming after me. I reached the opening for the staircase and threw myself down the first few steps, grabbing the icy handrails for dear life. I descended in a controlled fall, my feet barely touching the steps. The darkness was almost absolute. I couldn't see the missing stairs. I could only feel for them, my feet swinging out into nothingness, my arms taking the full strain of my weight as I hauled myself past the gaps. The tower groaned and shuddered above me. I could hear it on the stairs now, a heavy clanking pursuit. It was faster than I could have imagined. Each of its steps shook the entire structure. Metal shrieked in protest. I didn't dare look up. I knew if I saw it, I would fall. Down and down I scrambled, my hands raw, my muscles screaming. The wind was a constant enemy, trying to rip me away and send me plummeting into the abyss. I was 50 feet down, then 70, then 100. The sounds of pursuit were still there, but they seemed slower. The narrow, steep staircase was as difficult for it as it was for me. I hit the last step with a jarring impact and didn't stop. I launched myself onto the solid ground, my ankles twisting on the uneven rock. I fell, rolled, and scrambled back to my feet. And then I ran. I ran with the blind, mindless panic of a creature fleeing a predator. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, thorns tearing at my clothes and skin. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran away from the tower. I ran until my lungs were fire and my legs were lead. I ran until the sounds of the storm and the groaning metal were replaced by the frantic pounding of my own blood in my ears. I finally collapsed at the base of an ancient oak, so far down the ridge I could no longer see the tower. I lay there, gasping and sobbing, as the storm raged in the long, terrifying night finally, blessedly, began to give way to the first faint, gray light of dawn. I didn't go back for my pack. I didn't go back for anything. When the sun was fully up, I found the trail and began the long, painful hike back to my car. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every gust of wind sounded like a footstep. I never went back to Chestnut Ridge. I don't camp in fire towers anymore. The peace I once found in those high, lonely places is gone forever, replaced by the memory of that night. I still don't know what was in that tower. A local legend, a demon. Some ancient thing the mountains had hidden for millennia. I don't need to know. I only know that the cryptic comment I found in that forum was the most honest and terrifying truth I have ever known. She's still standing, but she's not empty. My name is Noah, and I've always been drawn to the quiet, forgotten places of the world. I'm not a thrill seeker in the traditional sense. You won't find me jumping out of airplanes or wrestling sharks. My thrill comes from the silent hum of history, the stories left behind in decaying structures, and the profound solitude of nature reclaiming what was once man-made. I'm a photographer, and my passion is capturing the haunting beauty of abandonment. It's a niche hobby, I admit, but it has taken me to some incredible locations. Skeletal factories in the Rust Belt, ghost towns swallowed by the desert, and asylums where the walls still seem to whisper. This time, my sights were set on something different, a legend of sorts among the urban exploration and deep hiking communities online. It was known as the Sky Watcher Tower, an old, decommissioned fire lookout tower deep within the sprawling, ancient heart of the Appalachian Mountains. The photos I'd seen were breathtaking. A rickety metal skeleton piercing the sky, with a small glass-walled cabin at its apex, offering a 360-degree view of an uninterrupted sea of green. It was said to be over 100 miles from the nearest town, accessible only by a long, forgotten logging trail that had mostly been reclaimed by the forest. For most, it was a deterrent. For me, it was the main attraction. The plan was simple. If a bit ambitious, hike the trail, spend the night alone in the tower's cabin, and capture the sunset, the star-filled night sky, and the sunrise from a vantage point few people had ever seen. I spent weeks preparing, studying topographical maps, packing lightweight, high-energy food, and ensuring my gear, both for camping and photography, was in perfect order. I told a couple of friends my general location and my expected return date, a standard safety protocol, but I downplayed the isolation. I didn't want them to worry, and a part of me didn't want them to try and talk me out of it. This felt like a pilgrimage, something I needed to do alone. The drive to the trailhead was long, the paved roads eventually giving way to gravel, and then to a dirt track barely wide enough for my Jeep. I parked where the path became impassable, shouldered my heavy pack, and took my first step into the woods. The air immediately changed. It was thick with the scent of damp earth, pine needles, and something else, something wild and ancient. The forest was a cathedral of green and brown, with sunlight filtering through the dense canopy in ethereal shafts. For the first few hours, it was bliss. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the forest floor, the rhythmic clinking of my gear, and the distant chatter of birds. As the day wore on, however, the character of the woods began to shift. The trail grew fainter, and I found myself relying more and more on my compass and map. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches like gnarled fingers, and the silence deepened. The birdsong faded, replaced by an unnerving stillness. It was the kind of quiet that feels heavy, like it's listening. I started to get the distinct, primal feeling of being watched. I'd stop, standing perfectly still, scanning the dense undergrowth, my ears straining. I'd see nothing but the sway of ferns and the slow creep of shadows. I'd hear nothing but the pounding of my own heart. I told myself it was just my city, dweller's paranoia, my imagination running wild in the unfamiliar environment. But the feeling lingered, a cold knot in the pit of my stomach. Late in the afternoon, after nearly 8 hours of grueling hiking, I saw it. Through a break in the trees, a dark needle against the bruised purple of the evening sky. The sky watcher tower. My exhaustion was momentarily forgotten, replaced by a surge of adrenaline and triumph. It was taller than I had imagined, a skeletal silhouette of rusted steel, looking both magnificent and menacing. The final approach was the steepest. The tower stood on a rocky promontory, a natural clearing that gave it its commanding view. As I got closer, I could see the details. The base was thick with graffiti, layers of names and dates and crude symbols painted over one another, a testament to the few who had made this same journey. A thick, rusted chain was wrapped around the gate at the bottom of the stairs, secured with a padlock that had long since been broken open. It hung there like a dead manacle. The stairs were steep and narrow, made of a metal grate that let me see the dizzying drop below. With every step, the structure groaned and creaked in protest, the sound of stressed metal echoing in the quiet air. I moved slowly, deliberately, my knuckles white as I gripped the cold, rough handrails. The wind picked up as I ascended, whistling through the steel beams, a mournful, lonely sound. Finally, I reached the top. The cabin was a small square room, maybe 15 by 15 feet, enclosed on all 4 sides by large panes of glass. Many were cracked, and one had a spider web of fractures radiating from a central impact point, but most were intact. A metal door, dented and covered in more graffiti, hung slightly ajar. I pushed it open, and it shrieked on its hinges. The inside was sparse. A built-in wooden console where the watchman would have sat, a rusted metal stool bolted to the floor, and in the center, the circular base of what was once a firefinder map, though the map itself was long gone. The floor was littered with dust, leaves, and the detritus of past visitors. Empty beer cans, cigarette butts, a tattered old magazine. But the view was everything I had hoped for and more. The sun was beginning its final descent, painting the endless rolling peaks in hues of orange, pink, and deep violet. The world stretched out before me, a vast, silent wilderness. I felt a profound sense of accomplishment wash over me, silencing the unease that had followed me up the trail. I had made it. I was here, at the top of the world, completely and utterly alone. I unpacked my gear, setting up my sleeping bag and mat in a corner. I prepared a simple meal on my small camp stove, the hiss of the gas a comforting, domestic sound in this wild place. As I ate, I watched the last sliver of the sun disappear below the horizon, plunging the valley into a deep, velvety darkness. The first stars began to prick the indigo sky. The wind howled around the cabin, a constant low moan. It was a wild, beautiful, and terrifying symphony. After cleaning up, a wave of giddiness hit me. It was the exhaustion, the altitude, the sheer overwhelming scale of it all. I was king of this forgotten castle. I felt bold and on top of the world. I slid open one of the rattling, grimy windows, the cold air rushing in to sting my face. I took a deep, cleansing breath of pure mountain air, filled my lungs, and yelled with all my might, my voice a tiny, insignificant thing against the vastness. Hello. My shout flew out into the valley, across the miles of silent, sleeping trees. I grinned, listening for the echo. I waited. A few seconds later, it came back, carried on the wind, distorted by the distance and the terrain. It didn't say, hello. It said my name. Oh, Ish. For a long moment, I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. The world had shrunk to the space between my ears, where the sound of my own name, spoken by the mountain itself, echoed and died. The cold air from the open window felt like a physical presence, a violation of the small, fragile sanctuary I had created. My first, frantic action was to slam the window shut. The metal frame shrieked and shuddered, and the latch, rusted and loose, barely caught. I pressed my forehead against the cool, grimy glass, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. It was a trick. It had to be. An auditory hallucination brought on by exhaustion, altitude, and the power of suggestion. The human brain is a funny thing, a pattern-seeking machine. It finds faces in clouds and voices in the static of an untuned radio. I had yelled, hello, and the complex, chaotic return of sound waves bouncing off 1,000 different surfaces. Rocks, trees, distant cliffs, had been filtered through my tired mind and reassembled into the most familiar sound in the world, my own name. It was a perfect, terrifying coincidence. A 1 in a million fluke. I repeated this to myself, over and over, a mantra against the rising tide of panic. I tried to reason my way out of the fear. I was a man of logic, a photographer who dealt in light and angles and concrete reality. There were no ghosts, no mountain spirits, no sentient echoes. There was only physics. But the fear was a cold, heavy thing that logic couldn't touch. It coiled in my gut, completely indifferent to my rationalizations. The wind, which had been a mournful symphony just minutes before, now sounded malicious. It pressed against the glass walls of the cabin, making them hum and vibrate. Every gust that whistled through the steel framework seemed to whisper, to carry syllables that almost, but not quite, formed my name again. Was I imagining it? Or was I just listening properly for the first time? Sleep was now an impossibility. The idea of closing my eyes, of surrendering to unconsciousness in this glass cage, 100 feet in the air and 100 miles from anyone, was laughable. I zipped my sleeping bag up to my chin, but not for warmth. It was a primal instinct, a child's impulse to hide under the blankets. I sat with my back pressed against the cold metal base of the old map stand, trying to put something solid between myself and the vast, oppressive darkness that surrounded me on all sides. I switched on my most powerful flashlight, a heavy, duty beam that cut through the night like a laser, and placed it on the floor beside me, aimed at the door. My senses were screaming. Every single sound was magnified, analyzed, and categorized. The groan of the tower as it swayed in the wind, the rattle of a loose pane of glass, the frantic skittering of some small creature, probably a mouse, in the console behind me. And then a new sound. Tap. It was soft, almost polite. So faint I thought I'd imagined it. I froze, my ears straining, holding my breath. Tap, tap. It was real. And it was coming from the glass, on the far side of the cabin, opposite the door. It wasn't the random, scraping sound of a branch brushing against the tower. This was rhythmic, deliberate. My blood ran cold. I snatched the flashlight, my hands slick with sweat, and whipped the beam across the room to the source of the sound. The tapping stopped instantly. The powerful beam illuminated nothing but the glass itself, streaked with years of grime, and beyond it, my own reflection, a pale, wide-eyed man, half-crouched in a posture of pure terror. I kept the light fixed on that spot, my knuckles white on the flashlight's casing, my arm trembling. There was nothing there. Of course, there was nothing there. What could there be? A bird, a large insect. At this height, in this wind, it didn't make sense. Slowly, methodically, I began to scan the world outside my glass prison. I swept the beam over the endless canopy of trees, their tops swaying and churning like a dark ocean in the wind. I pointed it straight down, through the metal grate of the floor, at the rocky clearing below. The beam caught on the graffiti at the base of the tower, the colors garish and alien in the stark white light. Then I swept the light around the clearing itself, and that's when I saw it. Or, I thought I saw it. For a fraction of a second, as the beam of light moved past the base of the tower, a shadow seemed to move. It wasn't the tower's own shadow, which was stark and stationary. This was something else. It detached itself from the deeper darkness, a tall, impossibly thin shape that straightened up and then seemed to melt back into the blackness of the forest edge. Before my brain could fully process the image, I snapped the light back to the spot. Nothing, just rocks and scrubby bushes. A deer, I whispered, my voice hoarse. It was a deer, but it hadn't moved like a deer. It had moved like a man unfolding. The image was burned into my retinas, a sliver of darkness that had a will of its own. My carefully constructed walls of logic were crumbling. The feeling of being watched, which had haunted my hike, returned with a vengeance. It wasn't just a general paranoia anymore. It was specific. It was a focused, intelligent malevolence that was centered right here, on this tower, on me. I needed a distraction, something to pull my mind out of this spiral. I remembered the litter on the floor, the beer cans, the cigarette butts, mundane human things. My light fell upon the tattered magazine I'd noticed earlier. Desperate for any connection to the normal world, I crawled over and picked it up. It was a fishing magazine from the early 1990s, its pages swollen and stiff from moisture. As I lifted it, I saw something else underneath. A small, dark rectangle. It was a notebook, a slim, leather-bound logbook, its cover warped and stained with mold. My heart gave a lurch. A watchman's log. A voice from the past. With trembling fingers, I opened it. Most of the pages were a lost cause, the ink having bled into abstract, watery shapes. But near the back, a few entries, protected by the thickness of the cover, were still legible. The handwriting was a spidery, frantic scrawl. The first readable entry was dated September 978, September 14. The wind doesn't stop. Sometimes it sounds like it's singing, a sad song. The loneliness is the worst part. You feel like the last man on earth up here. September 19. The singing is different now. It's not the wind. It sounds like a voice. A whisper from down in the valley. I must be going crazy. September 23. It's not a whisper. It's a word. It keeps saying the word over and over. It's my name. How can it know my name? The final entry was dated September 26, 1978. I knew from my research that the tower had been officially decommissioned and abandoned that same year. The handwriting was barely legible, the pen having pressed so hard it had nearly torn through the page. It's not in the valley anymore. It's here. It climbs the stairs at night. I can hear the metal groaning under its weight. It taps on the glass. It wants in. It's the Sky Watcher. The old stories are true. It watches me. It knows I'm alone. I dropped the book as if it were burning. A wave of nausea and pure, unadulterated terror washed over me. This wasn't in my head. This was real. This had happened before. I wasn't the first. As if summoned by the thought, the tapping started again. But it wasn't the soft, hesitant tap from before. This was a hard, frantic, angry drumming. And it wasn't on one window. It was on all of them. At once. The cabin was surrounded by a deafening, percussive assault. Simultaneously, the entire tower began to sway violently. Not in the rhythmic way it had with the wind, but in sharp, jarring lurches. A deep, groaning shriek echoed up from the steel legs below. The sound of metal being pushed past its breaking point. It felt like a giant hand had seized the base of the tower and was trying to shake me out of it like a seed from a pod. I scrambled for my backpack, my hands fumbling uselessly. Phone, no signal, satellite messenger, just a blinking error light. I was trapped, 100 feet up, in a glass box being shaken apart by something unimaginable. The cacophony was overwhelming, the drumming on the glass, the shriek of the wind, the tortured groaning of the steel, and now a new sound. A sound that cut through the chaos and found its way directly into my soul. It was a whisper, a dry, scraping, guttural whisper right outside the door. It wasn't an echo from the valley. It was here, with me. No. It was a sound of dirt and dead leaves and ancient rot. Nua. My eyes were locked on the door. On the simple, flimsy metal latch that was my only protection. As I watched, paralyzed with a fear so absolute it felt like a religious experience, the dented metal handle on began to slowly, deliberately, turn down. Primal instinct took over completely, bulldozing all rational thought. In the split second that the metal handle turned, I didn't think. I acted. I lunged forward, grabbed the heaviest thing within reach, my large metal flashlight, and hurled it at the door with all my strength. It hit with a dull clang but did little good. The handle continued its slow, inexorable turn until there was a soft, sickening click as the rusted latch gave way. The door swung inward. Not violently, but with a soft, gentle drift, as if invited by a sudden calm in the wind. All the chaos ceased. The shaking, the tapping, the screaming of the metal, it all vanished, replaced by a heavy silence and the sound of my own ragged, desperate breaths. And in the doorway, it stood. It wasn't a man. The watchman's log had been horrifyingly accurate. Ski watcher. It was tall, absurdly so, its upper half stooped beneath the too-low doorframe. Its body was a silhouette of starvation, an unnatural geometry of limbs too long, and a torso as narrow as a dead branch. It wore no clothes, but its skin wasn't skin. It was what looked like old, cracked, moss-covered bark. Its color was the color of the forest floor at midnight, a deep brown and black that drank the light from my headlamp. But the worst part was its face. There was no face. Where eyes and a nose and a mouth should have been, there was only a smooth, polished surface of wood, marked only by a few deep gashes like healed-over wounds. And yet, I felt it looking at me, seeing me with some sense older and more terrifying than sight. The moment stretched into an eternity. I was frozen, pinned by a fear too pure to comprehend. Then it stepped into the cabin. Its stilt like legs moved with an unnatural silence on the metal floor. It didn't walk, it flowed into the space. One of its long, branch-like arms swept to the side, and its twig, dry fingertips dragged along the glass wall, making a soft, terrible scratching sound. That was what broke the spell. I screamed, a raw, animal sound of pain and survival instinct. I stumbled backward, hitting the window behind me. The only thought in my mind was down. I had to get down. Now. I turned and threw my shoulder against the nearest window pane. The old glass shuddered but held. I hit it again. This time with every ounce of force I had. The pane shattered, exploding out into the darkness in a cascade of glittering shards. The night wind rushed in, a frantic gale. Without hesitating, I scrambled over the jagged frame and onto the narrow catwalk that encircled the cabin. Below was 100-foot drop into nothingness. Behind me, the thing was turning, the sound of creaking wood accompanying its slow pivot. I had no choice but the stairs. I sprinted to the top opening and began a frantic, pell-mell descent. My boots slammed on the metal grate with every step, my hands gripping the cold, rusted railing so hard my knuckles were white. The tower was still swaying, but I knew now it wasn't the wind. A sound followed me down. Not footsteps, but a hideous, scraping, creaking sound. It was climbing down after me. I risked a glance upward and immediately regretted it. Its blank face was looking down from the top, a dark blot against the star-dusted sky. It was moving faster than I could have imagined, its long limbs allowing it to navigate the structure, like a horrific spider. Adrenaline was afire in my veins. I was halfway down when one of my feet missed a step. My leg plunged through the gap, and my body slammed hard against the railing. Pain exploded in my ribs, the air knocked from my lungs. I dangled there, gasping desperately. The scraping sound from above was closer now. In a panic, I hauled myself back onto the stairs and forced my trembling legs to keep moving. Down, 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 toward the ground that seemed impossibly far away. Finally, my feet hit solid earth. I stumbled and fell, sprawling onto the rocky clearing, the smell of dirt and damp, decaying leaves filling my nostrils. I didn't stop to look back. I knew it was behind me. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I ran into the forest, into the pathless dark. Branches whipped at my clothes and face. Unseen roots sent me tumbling over and over. I would fall, get up, and run again. The only sounds were the thunder of blood in my ears and my own burning lungs. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes, hours. Time lost all meaning. My entire world was reduced to pain, fear, and the need to put one foot in front of the other. Eventually, I came to a small creek and collapsed into the shallow, ice-cold water. I lay there, panting, listening for any sound of pursuit. But there was nothing but the gurgle of the water and the chirping of crickets, which had started up again. Was I safe? Or was it just playing with me? I dragged myself from the creek and kept moving, slower now, using the stars to guide myself east. The direction I'd come from. But in the deep dark of the Appalachian woods, it was nearly impossible. Every tree looked the same. Every shadow looked like long, distorted limbs. I was hopelessly lost and completely alone. Dawn arrived slowly, painfully. A weak, gray light filtering through the canopy, revealing a world that was lush and indifferent. Exhaustion hit me like a physical blow. I leaned against a tree and slid to the ground. I finally slept, a dreamless, comatose sleep born of utter depletion. I was woken by the sound of my name being called. A real, human voice. A search party, sent by my friends when I failed to return on schedule. They found me 2 days later, dehydrated, covered in scratches and bruises, babbling incoherently about a tall man made of wood. I never told anyone the full story. They would have said I was delirious from exhaustion and dehydration. Maybe they would have been right. Maybe I imagined it all. The mind can play terrible tricks under duress. But sometimes, on quiet nights, when the wind rustles the trees outside my window, I hear it again. A whisper, so faint it's almost nothing, but it's always there. The sound of dry wood scratching on glass. The sound of my name, carried on the air from a great distance. And I know I never really escaped. You don't escape a place like that. You just bring a piece of it back with you. I left my logic and my sense of safety on that mountaintop, and in return the sky. Watcher gave me a gift. It gave me a fear that never fades, and the horrifying knowledge that in the quiet, forgotten places of the world, things are waiting. And sometimes they know your name. My name is Ethan, and for as long as I can remember, the wild places of the world have called to me. It wasn't just a hobby. It was a core part of who I was. While my colleagues in the city were chasing promotions and navigating the concrete jungle, I was poring over topographical maps, planning my next escape into the real one. I'm a land surveyor by trade, a job that complements my passion perfectly, allowing me to spend my days under an open sky. I've hiked the Rockies, navigated the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest, and felt the humbling solitude of the desert. I considered myself experienced, level-headed, and not easily spooked. I've encountered bears, startled mountain lions, and spent nights in conditions that would send most people running for the nearest hotel. Fear, I thought, was a tool, something to be respected, not succumbed to. I had never been truly, profoundly terrified. Not until that autumn in the Appalachians. The idea had been lodged in my mind for months, a solo trip to an abandoned fire tower, deep in the mountain range. I'd found its location on a collection of old forestry maps, a relic from a bygone era, decommissioned in the late 70s. These towers are the stuff of legend among hikers. They're isolated steel skeletons, often perched on the highest peaks, offering 360-degree views that are nothing short of sublime. Most are either torn down or locked up tight, but this one, according to the scattered online forums I frequented, was accessible. The cabin at the top, a small 14 by 14-foot room enclosed in glass, was supposedly unlocked. The thought of sleeping up there, suspended between the earth and the stars, was an irresistible challenge. It felt like the ultimate communion with nature, a chance to touch a kind of isolation that's nearly impossible to find in the modern world. The drive to the trailhead was the first step in shedding civilization. Paved roads gave way to gravel, then to a rutted dirt track that my truck barely handled. The air grew cooler, cleaner, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. The Appalachian Mountains have an ancient, brooding quality that other ranges lack. They are older, worn down by time, their peaks rounded and softened like old bones. The forests are dense, with a thick canopy that can turn midday into a perpetual twilight. There's a weight to the silence here, a sense of history that feels both beautiful and deeply melancholic. Local legends and folklore cling to these hills like the persistent fog, tales of strange creatures, of people who walked into the woods and never came out. I'd always dismissed them as campfire stories, charming but ultimately fictional. I parked my truck at the overgrown trailhead, little more than a small clearing at the edge of the woods. The trail itself was unmaintained, marked only by the occasional faded blaze on a tree trunk. It was a grueling 8-mile hike, almost entirely uphill. The first few hours were peaceful. The rhythmic crunch of my boots on the leafy ground, the strain in my muscles, the clean, crisp air in my lungs. It was a familiar and welcome meditation. The forest was alive with the typical sounds of the afternoon. The chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a blue jay, the rustle of some small, unseen creature in the undergrowth. It was around the 5th mile that the mood began to shift. It wasn't anything I could pinpoint, just a subtle change in the atmosphere. The woods fell quiet. Not gradually, but all at once. The birds stopped singing, the squirrels ceased their chatter. The only sound was the wind sighing through the upper branches of the ancient trees, and my own increasingly loud footsteps. The silence was profound, unnatural. It felt heavy, watchful. I paused, taking a long drink from my water bottle and scanning the woods around me. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches tangled together, blocking out the sky. I shook my head, chiding myself. This was the isolation I'd craved, wasn't it? My city, softened brain was just struggling to process. The absolute lack of man made noise. I pressed on, but the feeling of unease lingered, clinging to me like the damp air. The trail grew steeper and more difficult to follow. Several times I had to backtrack, searching for the next faded marker. It was during one of these pauses that I saw it. Just off the trail, nailed to a massive oak tree, was a crude, handmade sign. It was weathered, the wood warped and gray, the letters carved into it barely legible. It looked ancient. I stepped closer to read the words, Dio Nemtlimt Tawar, ITS Now TMPTY. A shiver traced its way down my spine, cold and sharp. It was probably the work of local kids trying to spook hikers, or maybe a disgruntled landowner trying to keep people off his property. That was the logical explanation. But the sign felt different. It didn't feel like a prank. It felt like a genuine warning. The carving was deep, desperate. I stood there for a long moment, the silence of the forest pressing in on me. The image of the tower, my goal, shimmered in my mind. Was I really going to let a creepy sign deter me after coming all this way? No, I was an explorer, a rational man. I took a photo of the sign, more as a curiosity than anything else, and continued my ascent, the sense of being watched now more pronounced than ever. An hour later, I saw it. Through a break in the trees, I caught my first glimpse of the fire tower, a stark, black silhouette against the bruised purple and orange of the setting sun. It stood on the very summit of the mountain, 100-foot tall structure of rusted steel. It looked like the skeleton of some prehistoric beast, lonely and defiant. As I got closer, the sheer scale of it was intimidating. The base was thick with weeds and thorny bushes. A chain link fence surrounding it had been cut open, the metal curled back like a welcoming wound. The climb was the final test. There were 13 flights of narrow, metal, great stairs that zigzagged up the side of the tower. They were slick with dampness and rust. With each step, the entire structure groaned and creaked, the sound echoing across the silent mountaintop. The wind picked up as I ascended, whistling through the steel beams, making the tower sway ever so slightly. It was both terrifying and exhilarating. I didn't dare look down, focusing only on the next step, the next landing. Finally, I hauled myself and my heavy pack onto the final platform and stood before the door to the cabin. It was solid metal, its green paint flaking away to reveal patches of rust the color of dried blood. A heavy-duty padlock hung from the latch, but it was unlocked, just as the forums had said. My heart pounded with a mixture of relief and accomplishment. I pulled the lock free, the shackle grating loudly, and pushed the heavy door inward. The cabin was just as I'd pictured it. A small, square room with windows on all four sides, offering a breathtaking, uninterrupted panorama of the Appalachian wilderness. The sun was sinking below the horizon, painting the endless waves of mountains in hues of gold, pink, and deep indigo. It was one of the most beautiful sights I had ever witnessed. All the unease from the hike, the creepy sign, the unnerving silence, it all melted away in that moment. This was why I had come. The interior was Spartan. A metal desk was bolted to the floor in one corner, and in the center stood a circular platform where the Fire Finder map, the Osborne Fire Finder, would have once been mounted. The floor was dusty, littered with a few empty beer cans and old newspapers, but otherwise, it was clean. I dropped my pack with a heavy thud, the sound booming in the small space. I walked the perimeter, running my hand along the cool glass of the windows. I felt like the king of the world, alone in my castle in the sky. As darkness finally consumed the landscape, a blanket of stars emerged with an impossible clarity, a sight you could never see from the city. I unrolled my sleeping bag and pad, positioning it in the corner opposite the door. I ate a cold meal from my pack, watching the last vestiges of light fade from the sky. The wind was a constant presence now, a low moan that made the windows rattle gently in their frames. It was a lonely sound, but not a threatening one. It was the sound of nature, raw and untamed. I felt a profound sense of peace settle over me. I was tired, my muscles ached, but I was content. I zipped myself into the warmth of my sleeping bag, the vast, dark expanse of the mountains surrounding me. I was exactly where I wanted to be, utterly and completely alone. I turned to face the wall, away from the endless glass, and closed my eyes, listening to the wind sing its ancient, mournful song. Sleep should have come easily. My body was heavy with the satisfying ache of a long day's hike, and the initial euphoria of reaching my goal had left me in a state of deep contentment. Lying there in the profound darkness, cocooned in my sleeping bag, I listened to the wind as it moved around the tower. It was a complex symphony of sounds, a low, mournful howl as it swept across the vast emptiness, a high-pitched whistle as it found the gaps in the steel beams, and a gentle, rhythmic rattling of the window panes. I tried to catalog the sounds, to give them a rational source, a habit from years spent in the wilderness. That groan was the tower shifting its weight. That tap was a loose cable hitting a strut. It was all perfectly normal. I was safe. I was alone. But as I drifted on the edge of consciousness, a new feeling began to seep into the edges of my awareness, cold and unwelcome. It started as a faint prickle on the back of my neck, the kind of instinctual alertness that wakes you a split second before your alarm goes off. I tried to dismiss it, to burrow deeper into my sleeping bag and the comforting logic I had constructed. But the feeling didn't fade. It intensified, growing from a faint prickle into a heavy, suffocating certainty. I wasn't alone. The feeling of being watched was so powerful it was almost a physical force, a tangible pressure against my skin. My eyes snapped open in the dark. My heart, which had been beating in a slow, steady rhythm, began to hammer against my ribs. The sound of the wind, once a comforting lullaby, now seemed to hold a malicious intelligence. Every creak of the tower was no longer the structure settling, but a footstep. Every rattle of the glass was a nail tapping for entry. I was facing the solid metal of the interior wall, my back to the vast expanse of windows, and yet I could feel eyes on me. I could feel a gaze boring into my back, patient and predatory. My mind raced, desperately trying to find a logical anchor in a sea of rising panic. It's the isolation, I told myself. It's the silence. Your brain is just creating a stimulus where there is none. It's a well-documented psychological phenomenon. I recited these rationalizations like a mantra, but the words were hollow, meaningless against the primal terror that was now gripping me. The memory of the crudely carved sign flashed in my mind. ITI Snati MPTY. I had laughed it off as a prank, but in the suffocating darkness of the cabin, 100 feet in the air, it felt like a prophecy. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, paralyzed by fear, every muscle in my body screaming at me to stay perfectly still. Don't move. Don't let it know you're awake. But the pressure on my back was unbearable. It was a focused, intense scrutiny that promised something awful. I had to know. I had to see what was on the other side of the room. Slowly, fighting against every instinct for self-preservation, I began to roll over. The synthetic material of my sleeping bag hissed against my sleeping pad, the sound deafeningly loud in the oppressive silence. I turned to face the windows. At first, all I saw was the faint, ghostly outline of the distant mountain ranges against the star-dusted sky. A wave of relief washed over me. It was nothing. It was all in my head. And then my eyes adjusted. For a split second, a single, heart-stopping second, I saw it. Pressed against the glass of the window directly across from me, on the outside, was a face. It was pale, the color of bone or bleached fungus, and impossibly long. It had no eyes, only dark, sunken, empty sockets that seemed to absorb the starlight. And it was smiling. The smile was the worst part. It was wide, stretching the thin, bloodless lips across a row of teeth that were too long, too narrow like shards of broken stone. It was a smile of pure, unadulterated malice. I blinked, and it was gone. The space where it had been was now just empty night. I stared, my breath hitched in my throat, my mind refusing to process what it had just seen. It couldn't be real. It was impossible. We were 100 feet in the air. Nothing could be out there. Nothing could climb this tower in the dark, in the wind, without making a sound. It had to be a hypnagogic hallucination, a waking dream brought on by exhaustion and the strange environment. A trick of the light. A reflection of my own face in the glass, distorted by fear. But I knew, deep in the core of my being, I knew what I had seen was real. The image was burned onto the inside of my eyelids, the pale, elongated face, the black pits for eyes, and that horrifying, knowing smile. A violent tremor seized my body. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, my movements clumsy and frantic. I walked backward until my back hit the cold metal of the wall, my eyes locked on the window where the face had appeared. I needed a light. My headlamp was in my backpack by the door. I fumbled for it, my fingers numb and useless. Finally, I clicked it on, flooding the small cabin with a stark, bright light. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating every corner of the room. The dusty floor, the metal desk, the empty mount for the fire fender. Nothing. The room was empty. I crept toward the windows, my headlamp beam dancing erratically across the glass. I peered out into the blackness, but there was nothing to see but the night. I checked the door. It was still bolted from the inside, just as I had left it. I was secure. I was trapped. The next few hours were the longest of my life. I sat with my back against the wall, my knees drawn up to my chest, my headlamp cutting a solitary cone of light in the darkness. I refused to turn it off, Sleep was an impossibility now. Every gust of wind was the creature returning. Every groan of the tower was it testing the structure. The silence between the gusts was even worse, filled with a dreadful anticipation. Then came the new sound. It was faint at first, barely audible over the wind and the frantic pounding of my own heart. It was a scratching, a light, rhythmic scratching coming from directly above me, from the roof of the cabin. Scry 8 pause. Scry 8 pause. It was the sound of something dragging itself across the metal. Something heavy. I aimed my headlamp at the ceiling, as if the light could somehow penetrate the solid steel. The sound continued, slow, deliberate, methodical. It moved from one side of the roof to the other, and then it stopped, directly over my head. Silence. I held my breath, straining my ears. And then, a single, sharp tap echoed through the cabin. It came from the ceiling, right above me. It wasn't a sound the wind could make. It was deliberate. It was a knock, a summons. I let out a choked sob, the sound pathetic and small in the vast emptiness. This was no dream. This was no hallucination. The sign was right. The tower was not empty, and whatever was in it with me was now on the roof, just inches away, letting me know it was there. It was toying with me. It knew I was trapped. The sun wouldn't rise for hours, and I had a terrible, sinking feeling that I was not going to last until dawn. Another tap, louder this time, directly above my head, and I knew my idyllic castle in the sky had just become my tomb. The second tape from the ceiling shattered the last remnants of my composure. It wasn't just a sound, it was a declaration. It was communication. My breath came in ragged, shallow gasps that bordered on hyperventilation. I squeezed my eyes shut, as if not seeing could somehow make me deaf as well. But the sounds only grew more defined in the darkness of my mind. The scratching returned, no longer the sound of something dragging itself, but the sharp, deliberate scrape of what I could only imagine were long, hard nails digging into the metal roof. It was testing the surface, searching for a weakness, a way in. My headlamp beam remained fixed on the ceiling, a useless circle of light on impenetrable steel. I was a specimen in a jar, and the lid was being pried open. The scratching moved with a terrifying intelligence, tracing the seams of the roof hatch. A square of metal I hadn't even paid attention to before, but which now represented the fragile barrier between me and the thing outside. Then came a new sound, a low, metallic groan as pressure was applied. It was trying to force the hatch. The groan was followed by a loud beeng, as if something had slammed its weight down onto it. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that was swallowed by the wind. The assault on the roof hatch continued. A rhythmic series of bangs and scrapes that seemed to go on for an eternity. Each impact vibrated through the tower's frame and down into the floor, a percussive heartbeat of pure malice. My mind, stripped of all rational thought, was now a canvas for pure terror. I pictured the creature from the window, the long, pale face, the sunken voids for eyes, the smile, hunched on the roof, its grotesque form contorted with effort as it tried to break in. Then, as suddenly as it began, the noise on the roof stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. It was heavy, expectant. I strained my ears, listening for the slightest sound, my entire being focused on survival. Had it given up? Had it gone? A sliver of insane hope flickered within me. Maybe the sun was getting closer. Maybe it couldn't tolerate the light. That hope was obliterated by a sound that came not from above, but from the side. A soft, wet thump against the window pane to my left. My head snapped in that direction, my headlamp beam cutting a frantic arc through the air. There was nothing there, just the blackness. I held my breath. Another thump, this time on the window behind me. Then another on the window to my right. It was circling the cabin. It hadn't been on the roof trying to get in. It had been climbing down the outside of the cabin itself. The thumping sounds were the impacts of its body or limbs against the glass as it moved. I was huddled in the center of the room now, spinning in a slow circle, my light a frantic beacon trying to catch a glimpse of the thing that was stalking me. The thumping stopped. For a full minute, there was only the sound of the wind and my own frantic breathing. And then, a sound that froze the blood in my veins. A soft, high-pitched scratching directly on the glass in front of me. It was the sound of a fingernail being slowly, deliberately, drawn down the window pane. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I could only stare at the window, at the source of the sound. My headlamp illuminated the glass, and I saw a thin vertical line appearing in the condensation my breath had created. A line being drawn by something on the other side. It drew another line and another, forming a crude, misshapen circle. And inside the circle, it drew two dots, and below them a long curving arc. It had drawn a smiley face, a mocking, childish drawing on my future tomb. That was it. My sanity snapped. I wasn't going to die cowering in a corner. I was going to run. I didn't care what was out there. I didn't care if it was waiting for me. Staying here was a death sentence, and I chose to face whatever was coming on my own terms. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled rage, I scrambled to my feet, grabbed my backpack, and lunged for the door. I didn't bother with my sleeping bag or any of the other gear scattered on the floor. My only thought was escape. My fingers fumbled with the heavy bolt on the door. It felt stiff, rusted. For a horrifying second, I thought it was stuck, that the creature had somehow sealed it from the outside. But then it slid back with a deafening screech of metal on metal. I threw the door open and plunged out onto the platform, into the roaring wind and the pre-dawn chill. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I threw my leg over the railing of the stairs and began my descent. The metal steps were slick with moisture, and the whole structure swayed violently in the wind. I took the stairs too, 3 at a time, my hands gripping the icy railings, my backpack threatening to throw me off balance with every move. And then, I heard it. A loud crash of breaking glass from the cabin above, followed by a sound that will haunt me until the day I die. A high, keening shriek of fury and frustration. It knew I was escaping, and it was coming after me. I risked a glance upward. Silhouetted against the faintly lightening sky, I saw a long, spindly limb emerge from one of the shattered windows, then another. It was unfolding itself from the cabin. I didn't wait to see the rest. I flew down the stairs, my feet barely touching the steps. I could hear it above me now, a frantic scrabbling of claws on the steel staircase, much faster than any human could move. It was descending after me. The tower shook with the force of its movements. I reached the bottom, my feet hitting the solid ground with a jarring impact that sent a shockwave up my legs. I didn't stop. I burst through the overgrown bushes and the cut fence and ran. I ran blindly into the dark woods, away from the trail, caring only about putting distance between myself and that tower. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes and skin, but I didn't feel it. The only thing I felt was the terror. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the undergrowth. its unnatural speed easily matching my own. The forest that had felt so peaceful yesterday was now a labyrinth of terror, every shadow a hiding place for my pursuer. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs burned, my legs were on fire, but I didn't stop. The first true rays of dawn began to filter through the canopy, casting long, distorted shadows across the forest floor. The light gave me a new surge of hope. I stumbled upon the trail by pure chance and followed it, my pace slowing to a desperate, shambling jog. I kept looking over my shoulder, but I saw nothing. The sounds of the chase had faded, replaced once again by the eerie silence of the woods. Finally, through the trees, I saw it, the familiar shape of my truck. I have never felt such a profound sense of relief in my entire life. I burst out of the woods into the clearing, fumbling in my pocket for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely fit the key into the lock. I threw myself into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and locked it. I jammed the key into the ignition, and the engine roared to life. I didn't hesitate. I threw the truck into reverse, spun it around, and sped down the dirt track away from that cursed place. It was only when I hit the paved road, miles away, that I finally allowed myself to stop. I pulled over, my body shaking uncontrollably, and I finally looked at myself in the rearview mirror. My face was pale, streaked with dirt and blood from a dozen scratches. But it was my eyes that shocked me. They were wide, filled with a terror so profound it looked like I had aged a decade in a single night. I never went back. I never told the authorities. What could I say? That a monster tried to get me in an abandoned fire tower. They would have locked me up. I quit my job. I sold my truck and my hiking gear. I moved to the flattest part of the country I could find, as far from the mountains as possible. The wild places that once called to me now only whisper warnings. Sometimes, when I can't sleep, I take out my phone and look at the picture I took of that old, carved sign. And in the deep shadows between the trees, just behind the sign, I can almost see it. A pale, long face with no eyes, smiling at the camera. Smiling at me. I thought I was an explorer, a man who understood fear. But I was wrong. I was just another person who walked into the woods, and the thing that came out was not the same one that went in. My name is Zoe Thorne. For the past 6 years, I've worked as a freelance photojournalist, a job that has taken me from the crowded streets of megacities to the desolate quiet of forgotten landscapes. I've learned to be self-sufficient, to be comfortable with my own company, and to read the language of a place before I even lift my camera. I've always believed that every location has a story, and my job is to listen. But some stories, I've learned, are not meant to be heard. This particular assignment was a personal project, a departure from the conflict zones and urban decay I usually documented. I wanted to capture the soul of the Appalachian Mountains, specifically the skeletal remains of the old fire towers that once stood sentinel over the endless green sea of trees. These towers were relics of a bygone era, abandoned to rust and time, yet they held a certain stark beauty I was determined to photograph. After weeks of research, I settled on the Black Ridge Fire Tower, a remote structure deep in the heart of the Pisgah National Forest. It was notoriously difficult to reach, a grueling mile hike that involved steep inclines and navigating overgrown, poorly marked trails. That was precisely why I chose it. Isolation was a key ingredient for the story I wanted to tell. The hike was everything the forums promised. brutal, breathtaking, and utterly solitary. By the time I saw the tower piercing the sky, my legs were burning, and my shirt was soaked with sweat, but my spirit was soaring. It stood on the mountain's summit, a 90-foot tall skeleton of steel, its metal frame a dark lattice against the brilliant blue of the afternoon sky. The small cabin at the top, the lookout's former home, looked like a tiny box suspended between the earth and the heavens. Getting up the stairs was an exercise in nerve control. The metal steps groaned and protested under the weight of me and my heavy pack, and the wind whistled through the gaps, a mournful, ancient sound. With each level I climbed, the world expanded around me. The rolling hills became a vast, textured map of green and shadow, stretching to a hazy, distant horizon. There was no sign of human civilization. No roads, no houses, no distant glint of a car windshield. Just the mountains, the sky, and me. The lookout cabin was exactly as I'd pictured. It was a single room, maybe 15 by 15 feet, with windows on all four sides offering a staggering 360-degree panorama. A rusty metal cot was folded against one wall. A small built-in desk sat under another window, and an old wood burning stove was tucked into a corner. The air was thick with the smell of dust, rust, and dry, sun-baked wood. It was perfect. I spent the rest of the afternoon setting up my small camp. I swept the floor, wiped down the windows, and unrolled my sleeping bag and rest on the cot. I set up my camera gear on the desk, its modern black lines a stark contrast to the weathered wood. As the sun began its slow descent, I sat on the catwalk that encircled the cabin, my legs dangling 90 feet above the ground, and watched the world transform. The sky bled into shades of orange, pink, and deep violet. The shadows in the valleys deepened, and a cool breeze began to rise, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. It was a profound, almost religious experience. The silence was absolute, a pure, clean absence of man-made noise. It was the very thing I had come here to find. As darkness fell, the stars began to appear. Not the dim, scattered stars of the city, but a brilliant, overwhelming blanket of light. The Milky Way was a luminous river flowing across the sky. I made a simple dinner on my camp stove and felt a deep sense of peace settle over me. This was why I did what I did. To witness moments like this, to feel so completely a part of the natural world, and so completely removed from everything else. I retired to my sleeping bag around 10, leaving the windows uncovered to watch the celestial display. The wind picked up, and the tower began to sway, a gentle, rhythmic motion that was surprisingly comforting, like being rocked in a cradle. The old structure moaned and creaked, sounds I registered as the normal complaints of aged steel settling in the cool night air. I was tired, content, and drifted off to sleep easily. I didn't hear anything or see anything that woke me. It was a feeling, or a sound that was so low you felt it in your bones more than you heard it with your ears. It started around midnight, a low, deep hum that vibrated up through the steel legs of the tower and into the floor of the cabin. It was a physical presence, a pressure that seemed to build in the small, enclosed space. I sat bolt upright, my heart instantly pounding. The gentle, natural sounds of the night were gone, completely swallowed by this new, invasive noise. It made the fillings in my teeth ache. My first thought was that it was the wind, but I knew it wasn't. The wind was a chaotic, gusting force. This was different. This was a steady, industrial thrumming, perfectly monotone, like a massive engine had been turned on deep within the mountain beneath me. I pressed my hand flat against the wooden floorboards and could feel the vibration clearly, a rhythmic, powerful pulse. It was strong, unwavering, and felt profoundly, fundamentally wrong. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag and went to the window, peering down into the inky blackness. The moon was a sliver, offering little light, but I could see the dark, unmoving shapes of the trees below. Nothing. No lights, no sign of activity. Who would be running heavy machinery out here, in the middle of a national forest, miles from any access road, at midnight? The idea was absurd. Could it be seismic? An earthquake? I dismissed that almost immediately. The vibration was too regular, too mechanical. It had the resonant frequency of something man-made. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a remote pumping station for a pipeline. A secret military installation buried in the mountain. My mind raced, searching for a logical explanation. But each one felt more far-fetched than the last. The sound wasn't just in the floor anymore. It was in the air, in my skull. It was a bass note that seemed to vibrate the very core of my being. I checked my watch. 12:17 a.m. The humming had been going for at least 15 minutes. It didn't waver in pitch or intensity. It was a constant, oppressive drone that seemed to suck all other sound from the world. I couldn't hear the wind anymore. I couldn't hear the distant call of an owl or the chirping of crickets. There was only the hum. Fear, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my carefully constructed composure. I was a professional. I'd been in dangerous situations before, but this was different. This wasn't a threat I could see or identify. It was an unseen, unknown force, and I was trapped in a metal cage, 90 feet in the air, completely exposed. The profound sense of peace I had felt just hours before had evaporated, replaced by a primal sense of dread. The isolation that had been a comfort was now a source of terror. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, frozen by the window, my hand pressed against the vibrating glass. I was listening with an intensity I didn't know I possessed, trying to parse the sound, to understand its origin. But it offered no clues. It was just there. A relentless, mechanical heartbeat in the heart of the ancient mountains. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. A silence that rushed in to fill the void was deafening, shocking. It was so abrupt that I physically flinched. My ears rang. The pressure in my head vanished. The floor beneath my feet was still. For a moment, I could hear nothing at all. Then, slowly, the natural sounds of the night began to creep back in. The whisper of the wind, a lone cricket, the distant rustle of leaves. They sounded timid, fragile, as if they were afraid to break the new, heavy silence. The hum was gone, but the fear wasn't. It was worse. Because now I was left with the terrifying, unanswerable questions. What was that sound? And was it coming back? Sleep was no longer an option. The very thought of closing my eyes, of surrendering to unconsciousness in this place, felt like suicide. I remained frozen by the window for a long time, my muscles locked, my breath shallow. The silence that had once been a source of profound peace was now a taut wire of anticipation, vibrating with the memory of that unnatural hum. Every normal night sound, the sigh of the wind through the steel beams, the distant hoot of an owl, now felt like a lie, a thin veil draped over a terrible, waiting truth. My mind, usually my most reliable tool, was now my enemy. It replayed the sound, the deep, bone-jarring vibration, over and over. It conjured images of colossal, hidden machinery grinding away in the mountain's core, of secret, subterranean projects I was never meant to know about. But a deeper, more primal part of my brain rejected these rationalizations. It whispered a more terrifying possibility, that the sound wasn't mechanical at all, but organic. The purr of some colossal, sleeping thing that I had disturbed. I backed away from the window, my bare feet cold on the dusty floorboards. I needed to do something, to reclaim some semblance of control. My gaze fell on my equipment. My camera, my lenses, my heavy-duty tripod. The tripod was made of carbon fiber and steel, solid and weighty. I collapsed its legs, turning it into a dense, blunt club. It felt flimsy and absurd against the scale of the fear I was feeling, but holding it, gripping its cold metal shaft, sent a small, steadying spark through my trembling hands. With the tripod in hand, I began a slow, methodical patrol of the tiny cabin. I moved from one wall of windows to the next, peering down into the oppressive darkness below. The forest was a black, featureless void. The sliver of moon cast long, skeletal shadows, but revealed nothing. I was looking for a source, a clue, the glint of headlights, the flicker of a campfire, anything to explain the inexplicable. I saw nothing. There was only the immense, silent wilderness. The minutes stretched into an hour. My hyper-vigilance was exhausting, a constant, draining hum of adrenaline. I considered my options. I could pack my gear, descend the 90-foot ladder of stairs in the pitch black, and attempt the 8-mile hike back to my car. The thought was terrifying. Navigating that treacherous trail at night, with its steep drop-offs and confusing forks, was a surefire way to get lost or injured. And what if the source of the hum wasn't stationary? What if it was down there, in the woods, waiting? The thought of being on the ground, vulnerable and exposed, was somehow worse than being trapped up here. The tower, for all its isolation, was a fortress. At least, that's what I tried to tell myself. I decided to wait for sunrise. Dawn was still hours away, but it was a goal. A tangible point of salvation on the horizon. If I could just make it through the night, I could escape in the safety of daylight. It was around 20:30 a.m. when the second event began. I was looking out the south-facing window, the one that overlooked the deepest, most remote part of the valley, when I saw it. It wasn't a flashlight. It wasn't a headlamp. It was a soft, diffuse glow, deep within the trees, maybe a mile away. It had a sickly, pale green color, like bioluminescence, but it was too bright, too steady. It illuminated the surrounding trees in a weird, unnatural halo. My first thought was foxfire, a fungus that glows in the dark. But this was no faint shimmer on rotting wood. This was a source of light, distinct and self-contained. It pulsed, very slowly, a gentle waxing and waning of intensity that was strangely in time with my own frantic heartbeat. I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as the light began to move. It didn't bob or weave like a person carrying a lantern. It glided, moving smoothly and purposefully through the dense undergrowth, its path utterly unimpeded by the terrain. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace that was both beautiful and deeply unsettling. It was heading toward the base of my mountain. The fear I'd felt before was nothing compared to the icy dread that now flooded my veins. The hum had been abstract, impersonal. This was not. The light felt like a presence. It felt like an eye that had opened in the darkness, and I had the sickening certainty that it was aware of me. The tower was the only man-made object for miles, a steel needle pointing at the sky. I wasn't just a random observer, I was a landmark. I ducked below the level of the windows, my back pressed against the cold metal cot. My fortress had become a cage, and now, A beacon. I was on display. Hiding felt futile, but I couldn't bear to watch that light get closer. I stayed crouched on the floor. My world shrunk to the dusty floorboards, and the sound of my own ragged breathing. And then I heard it. It was not the deep, industrial hum from before. It was a different sound, but no less terrifying. It was the sound of metal on metal. A sharp, rhythmic scrape, clang that echoed up from below. It was the sound of something climbing the tower stairs. My blood ran cold. I clamped a hand over my mouth to stifle a scream. It was impossible. No human would be climbing this rickety, dangerous structure in the dead of night without a light. And the sound, it was too slow, too heavy. There was a dragging quality to it, a rhythmic weight that spoke of immense effort or immense size. Scrape, clang, a pause, a long, agonizing silence. Then again. Scrape, clang, it was methodical. Unhurried, it was taking its time. With each metallic report, I could picture it ascending another flight of stairs, drawing closer to my fragile sanctuary. The tower, which had swayed so gently in the wind, was now perfectly, unnervingly still, as if holding its breath. The only movement was the vibration that traveled up the steel frame with each heavy step, a faint tremor I could feel through the soles of my feet. I crawled across the floor, my tripod clutched in a white, knuckled grip, and wedged myself into the corner behind the old wood stove. It was the darkest part of the room, the only area that offered any semblance of cover. I pulled my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible, my eyes screwed shut. I didn't want to see. I just listened. Scrape, clang. It was on the final flight now, just below the cabin. The sound was louder, sharper. I could hear smaller, secondary noises now. A faint clicking, a sound like grit or sand being crushed against the metal steps. My imagination painted a horrifying picture. Something huge, something not built for climbing, hauling its alien bulk up the narrow staircase. The climbing stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. It was a heavy, loaded silence, thick with presence. It was no longer alone. Something was standing on the catwalk, just outside the door. I held my breath, my lungs burning. I could hear the frantic thumping of my own heart, a drumbeat of pure terror. I was certain it could hear it too. Minutes passed. Nothing, not a sound. Not a footstep on the metal grating of the catwalk. Had it left? Was it a figment of my terrified imagination? Hope, fragile and desperate, began to flicker within me. Then the doorknob began to turn. It was a slow, deliberate squeak of old, rusted metal. It turned a few degrees, then stopped. Then it turned again slowly, testing the lock. My breath hitched in my throat. I had locked it. I knew I had. It was an old, heavy-duty bolt lock, a relic from when rangers still lived here. The rattling stopped. Another long, unbearable silence descended. I stayed coiled in my corner, a statue carved from fear. My eyes were wide open now, staring at the door, waiting. Then came a single, deafening bang. It was not a knock. It was a blow. The metal door buckled inward, the sound echoing through the tiny cabin like a gunshot. The entire tower shuddered from the force of the impact. It was a sound of immense power, of mindless, brutal strength. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the very marrow of my bones, that the old lock would not hold against a second. Time shattered. The echo of the impact seemed to hang in the air forever, a physical thing that pressed in on me from all sides. My ears rang with a high-pitched whine. The metal door, now bowed inward with a deep, concave dent, trembled in its frame. The old bolt, miraculously, had held. But I could see the warped steel around it, the screws straining against the wood. It was a temporary victory, a single, fleeting heartbeat before the inevitable. My paralysis broke. A surge of pure, primal adrenaline, hotter and sharper than any fear, flooded my system. Move. Move or die. The thought wasn't even mine, it was an ancient command from the deepest part of my brain. I scrambled backward, away from the door. My trunk held out in front of me like a pathetic spear. My eyes were locked on the buckled metal, waiting. The silence stretched for a few seconds, a terrifying pause in the assault. I could hear a new sound from the other side, a low, wet, guttural breathing. It was like the sound of a bellows slowly filling and emptying, a sound that did not belong to any creature of the mountains I knew. Then came the second blow. Being. This time there was no resistance. The sound was a cataclysm of splintering wood and shearing metal. The door flew from its hinges and crashed against the far wall, skidding across the floor before coming to a stop near my cot. The doorway stood open, a gaping black rectangle framing the night sky, and in that frame there was nothing. For a disorienting second, I saw only the catwalk and the stars beyond. The space was empty. The guttural breathing had stopped. The hope that it was all some bizarre, freakish natural event, a pressure differential, a lightning strike. That hope flickered and died as my eyes adjusted. It wasn't that nothing was there. It was that my mind couldn't properly process what was there. It was tall, filling the top half of the doorway, but it seemed to have no distinct shape. It was a column of deeper black against the black of the night, a silhouette that seemed to drink the starlight. And from the center of this formless shadow emanated that same sickly, pale green light I had seen in the forest. It wasn't a lantern it was holding. The light was coming from it, pulsing softly from within its core. It was a cold, dead light, and it cast no shadows. Then it moved. It unfolded, a long, impossibly thin limb, jointed at an angle that felt fundamentally wrong, reached into the cabin. It didn't have a hand. It ended in a cluster of what looked like long, metallic talons that scraped against the floorboards with a faint, gritty sound. The same sound I'd heard on the stairs. It was testing the space, exploring. My survival instinct took over completely. There was no room for thought, only action. I did the only thing I could think of. My expensive DSLR camera was on the desk next to me. I grabbed it, aimed it at the doorway, and activated the flash. The burst of white light was blindingly intense in the darkness. For a split second, the cabin was illuminated in stark, clinical detail. And in that flash, I saw it. It wasn't a shadow, it was a physical thing, a creature of chitinous, overlapping plates like an insect's carapace, but smooth and black as obsidian. Its form was vaguely humanoid, but elongated, stretched, as if it had been pulled and twisted into something new. It had no face, no eyes, just a smooth, featureless surface where the green light pulsed. The creature recoiled from the flash, letting out a shriek that was not a sound, but a wave of pure psychic pressure that made my skull feel like it was going to crack open. It was a sound of pain and rage. It staggered back on the catwalk, its strange limbs flailing. That was my chance. I didn't hesitate. I threw the camera down and lunged for the now open doorway. I didn't look at the creature. I couldn't. I vaulted over the threshold and onto the metal grating of the catwalk, my bare feet screaming in protest at the cold, sharp edges. I had one goal: the stairs. Behind me, the shriek cut off. replaced by the sharp clatter of its talons on the metal grating. It was coming after me. The descent was a controlled fall, a nightmare of motion. I half ran, half slid down the steep flights of stairs, my hands burning on the rusty railings. I didn't dare look back. I could hear it above me, the same rhythmic, heavy scrape, clang of its descent, but faster now, more frantic. It was unnervingly agile. The whole tower swayed and groaned with our combined movement, a metal beast trying to shake us both off. I leaped the last few feet to the ground, landing hard in the dirt and pine needles, my ankles screaming in protest. I didn't stop. I scrambled to my feet and plunged into the darkness of the forest, running in the direction of the trail. The forest was no longer a place of silent beauty. It was a labyrinth of terror. The pale green glow appeared behind me, casting long, dancing shadows of the trees that looked like grasping arms. The light was moving at an impossible speed, gliding through the undergrowth, keeping pace with me effortlessly. I could hear the cracking of branches and the heavy thud of its movement, sometimes to my left, sometimes to my right. It was hurting me. My lungs burned. My legs were numb with exhaustion and pain. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. The 8-mile trail was an impossible distance, an eternity of fear. I ran blindly, fueled by nothing but adrenaline, tears and sweat stinging my eyes. The industrial hum from earlier returned, a low thrumming in the earth that vibrated up through my feet, disorienting me, making the ground feel like it was tilting beneath me. I don't know how long I ran. An hour, a lifetime. Then, through the trees, I saw it, the faint, blessed glint of moonlight on my car's windshield. It was parked in the small, deserted pulf where the trailhead began. Hope, fierce and desperate, gave me a final burst of strength. I burst out of the tree line and sprinted across the gravel lot, fumbling in my pocket for my keys. My hands were shaking so violently, I could barely fit the key in the lock. Behind me, the green glow spilled out of the woods, flooding the clearing with its nauseating light. I could hear the clicking of its talons on the asphalt. The car door clicked open. I threw myself inside, slammed it shut, and hit the lock button. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine roared to life with a sound that was sweeter than any symphony. I didn't wait to see what would happen. I slammed the car into drive and stomped on the accelerator. The tires squealed on the pavement as I tore out the parking lot and onto the winding mountain road. For a few hundred yards, the green light kept pace, a terrifying star in my rearview mirror. I saw its elongated form for a split second, standing in the middle of the road, its featureless head tilted as if in curiosity. Then, as I rounded a sharp bend, it was gone. I didn't slow down. I drove for hours, my foot pressed to the floor, until the first gray light of dawn began to stain the eastern sky, and I saw the familiar lights of a gas station. I pulled in, shaking uncontrollably, and only then did I allow myself to stop. I never went back. My expensive camera gear, my pack, my journal. It's all still up there in that cabin, a silent offering to the thing that guards the mountain. I filed no report. Who would believe me? They would call it a hallucination, a panic attack brought on by isolation. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I am a photojournalist. My job is to find stories and show them to the world. But I came back from Black Ridge with no photos. I came back with only a story I can never prove. A story that lives in the tremor in my hands, and the way I can no longer stand complete silence. I went to the mountains, seeking the soul of a place, and I found one. It is ancient, it is patient, and it does not wish to be disturbed.